At the beginning of our era, the biggest countries were vying for geopolitical, assured by growth in population. Dominating were the Roman and Byzantine empires, as well as Asian civilizations. During the geographic discoveries, trade relations, and technological progress emerged to the forefront. Controlling the world trade and first industrial revolution pushed the Western countries to the forefront. The 20th century saw the main economic development waves initiated by the Marshall Plan, the Council for Economic Assistance, the Japanese economic miracle, as well as by the Asian tigers. But the first beneficiaries were those countries that managed to control that economic growth. In the West, it was the Western coalition was controlling all benefits, and right now this control is slipping. The first wave of economic growth in the 21st century is ensured by the BRICS countries right now. It's a sustainable trend in the world economy. Almost all countries that are going to be the engine of growth in the 21st century are searching for new forms of cooperation and integration. The response is a strengthening of BRICS, the SCO, the Eurasian Economic Union, as well as other formats. The geopolitical realities today do that. We need to overcome the greatest challenges of the time, ensure the sustainability of multipolar world diplomacy based on the principles of justice and due regard for the interests of one another. This will help us address the issue of fragmentation, both economic and political. We have to protect traditional values, respect for culture and the traditions of one another, ensure an influx of investment into breakthrough technologies for the benefit of humanity. But given all the existing risks, we need to provide equal opportunities, remove social barriers, bring down inequality in the new world, check the degradation of the environment, and improve the environment for people. We need a policy that will help improve global growth, protect shared values, and bring the world closer to a just world. St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, shared values as a foundation for growth in a multipolar world.
Уважаемые участники,
Distinguished participants of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, please take your seats. Switch off your mobile devices as well as flashes. Distinguished participants of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, please take your seats. Switch off your mobile devices as well as flashes of your cameras. The plenary session is beginning.
Participants of the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, you are kindly requested to take your seats, switch off your mobile phones, and disable the flash on your cameras. The plenary session is starting now. Президент Российской...
President of the Russian Federation, Vladimir Putin. President of the Republic of Indonesia, Prabowo Subianto. Representative of His Majesty the King for Philanthropy and Youth Affairs, Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa. Vice Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China, Ding Xuexiang. Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Paul Mashatile. Moderating the plenary session is Nadim Kotesh.
Good evening, everyone. Mr. President, thank you so much. It's a pleasure and an honor to be with you on this panel with your esteemed guests. If anything, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum is again and again proving itself as a pivotal platform for the discussions around global economy, global trends, and geopolitics. So there is no better time than now than being here and discussing what we are going to discuss after listening to these speeches, one by you and the rest by your esteemed guests. Thank you again. Thank you so much. And this is a very interesting panel if you look at the structure of the panel. We have China, we have Indonesia, very important country from the ASEAN, we have Russia, we have Bahrain, a very important and vibrant GCC country, and then we have South Africa, which is a founding member of the BRICS. And still some people would say Vladimir Putin is isolated. So I don't know if this panel says something for the first speech.
Excellency, Mr. Prabowo Subianto, Your Highness Sheikh Nasser, Excellency Mr. Ding Xuexiang, Excellency Mr. Paul Mashatile, LITS St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. Traditionally, it is a platform for substantive, meaningful discussions on the most relevant subjects of this day, and we are glad that these discussions in the forum platforms, call them discussion tracks, include the quality of growth in a multipolar world and great challenges. And these challenges include tectonic shifts in global economics and demographics, including the dynamics of the world's population. They also include social, societal, and geopolitical controversies that manifest themselves through crises and regional conflicts that are flaring up anew with greater force. Unfortunately, this is something we are witnessing currently in the Middle East. Finally, these challenges include climate change and acute environmental issues that require a response, as well as a transition to a new technological structure, which is founded upon digital platforms, AI, and autonomous systems that are capable of making decisions without the participation of human beings. The thing is, how do we make sure that these positive technological changes are spread ubiquitously? How do we make sure that these new digital technological solutions are universally acceptable, allowing countries, regions, and cities achieve a new level of development, climbing the ladder of progress, making sure that this technological breakthrough benefits everyone, including in terms of changing societal structure, decreasing level in inequality as well as higher standards of living? How do we make sure every person has equal opportunities and gets access to knowledge that will help tap into their potential? And how do we implement the fundamental principle of justice? In the course of my address, I would like to dwell on the tasks at hand for Russia. I'll also speak about what we're doing to address these tasks together with the business community, the academia, and civil society. I'll speak about the approaches we propose in order to support economic growth, not just within our country, but also how we create joint mechanisms for global and regional development in partnership with friendly nations. Let me start with an overview of the current state of the Russian economy. Despite a challenging external environment, the Russian GDP over the last 2 years has been growing by more than 4%. Let me cite a specific criterion indicator which we have dubbed non-oil and gas GDP. It's calculated so as to factor out the influence of industries related to the extraction of hydrocarbons. So this non-oil and gas GDP in Russia in 2023 grew by 7.2%, whereas in 2024 it grew by almost 5%, namely 4.9%. In Russia in 2023 grew by 7.2%, whereas in 2024 it grew by almost 5%, namely 4.9%. In other words, we see a higher growth rate than across our GDP on average. In other words, the contribution of the commodity-related component into the economic dynamics of our country is no longer defining. Moreover, at the current point in time, it is showing negative dynamics. And by far, the defense industry is not the only thing sustaining the general growth of GDP, despite what some claim. Yes, indeed, the defense industry has played a role, but we have to look at the structure in detail. Over the last 2 years, we see growth in agriculture, industry in general, construction, logistics, services, finance, as well as IT. In other words, almost all key systemically important industries of the Russian economy have been growing. What does it tell us? It tells us that thanks to the efforts of dozens of thousands of companies and enterprises, their teams, managers, thanks to the initiatives and efforts of millions of entrepreneurs, our economy is not simply growing steadily. Rather, it is also gaining in quality, complexity, as well as diversity. The idea of a Russian economy being completely commodity-based and dependent on the exports of hydrocarbons is evidently outdated. It's becoming a thing of the past. Reality tells us a different picture. Russia ranks 4th in the world in terms of the GDP size, and it's the first economy in Europe. And it's, of course, not GDP per capita. This is just the general GDP size, and it is a very important indicator. But it's not enough to achieve this position. It's important to reaffirm it all the time, reaffirm the status of one of the biggest economies. We need to create a conducive environment to make sure that the businesses both from Russia and from friendly nations keeps investing resources, modernizing and expanding its production capacities in Russia. Our current task is to make sure our economy is on a trend of balanced growth. This balanced growth implies moderate inflation as well as low unemployment rate. The statistics tells us that yearly inflation rate has decreased to single digits. Right now, it's less than 10%. As of June the 16th, it stood at 9.6%. Certainly, a lot still needs to be done, but we keep on targeting the inflation rate. Of course, this is largely thanks to the active efforts by the government in terms of developing supply-side economics, but also the actions of the central bank. At the same time, the inflationary dynamics is better than anticipated by many experts, even better than the forecast by the Bank of Russia, which is something that has allowed us to proceed to a careful loosening of the monetary policy. But the changes in consumer prices doesn't tell us the full picture. I would like to reiterate, a well-balanced growth implies not just moderate inflation, but low unemployment rate, as well as a positive economic dynamics. And we need to follow all the indicators telling us how our industries, companies, and firms are feeling. A couple of words about the labor markets is something I'm gonna get back to later, but I would like to say that the first 4 months of this year saw a GDP growth by 1.5% year on year. In April, the growth picked up to 1.9%, and yet some specialists and experts point out the risks of stagnation and even recession, and this is something we have to avoid at all costs. I know that at this forum, you've listened to the discussions that are currently ongoing within the government. There is a discussion between the Central Bank of Russia on the one hand and the government on the other. And of course, you are well versed in the facts. What we need is to pursue a well-informed, careful fiscal and monetary policy. We need to make sure that our mechanisms are fine-tuned in order to support and stimulate growth. We need to ensure macroeconomic, inflationary, and financial stability. In other words, our strategic task is to be active and steady and consistent in changing the structure of the Russian economy, and we've made great headway in that regard. But it is of paramount importance to keep advancing given the drastic changes across the world. The importance of additional measures to those ends that is something we discussed during the session of the Council on Strategic Development and National Projects back in December last year. The government, regions, the business, expert community, and academia have to work together to improve the long-term economic growth and achieve structural changes in the economy. Let me dwell a little bit on these key aspects we need to address today. First and foremost, we need to change the nature of employment and consumption patterns. We have to create an environment which will stimulate economic activity among our citizens, to make sure that our young people and senior citizens can fully tap into their potential in the labor market so that they can get new competencies, build a successful career, and improve their income. In other words, I'm referring to a transition to an economy of high wages based not on a shortage of labor force, when entrepreneurs have to resort to raising wages so as to vie and compete for workers. Rather, these high wages have to be based on the quality of jobs as well as higher labor productivity. Over the last 4 years, employment in Russia grew by 2,400,000 people. Starting from October last year, across the country, we stabilized the unemployment rate at around 2.3%. We managed to achieve a record low of unemployment rate. We are also witnessing positive dynamics in those Russian regions that traditionally have been facing acute problems in employment. I refer, as colleagues know, mostly to the south of Russia. And right now, we see the unemployment over there half or so. This is thanks to well-informed, stimulating macroeconomic policies, as well as active efforts by the regional authorities with the support of federal employment programs. It is also important to integrate up-to-date and cutting-edge technological solutions such as platform-based employment and digital marketplaces. Our colleague from Bahrain has told me that he's just been to the Chechen Republic, and with his own eyes he witnessed the republic's development. The Chechen Republic is a good example in that regard. I would also like to point out that youth employment is growing. I mean, those young people who are simply entering into the labor market, trying to secure their first job. In terms of youth unemployment, Russia is one of the world's top performers, because we have an unemployment rate among the young people at around 7.5%, whereas, just to cite an example, France and the UK are facing the unemployment rates of 16 and 11% respectively. Generally speaking, youth unemployment is a most acute economic and social issue across the modern world. But as we can see, Russia is more or less successful in addressing this problem. We are following the right path and we are coping with it. Of course, there is room for improvement, but I would like to underscore that progress in that field is undeniable. And active youth employment yields results not just in the short term, because a good start, being a highly sought-after specialist in the labor market, this is something that sets the stage for later professional career of a young person and their place in society. It has an influence on their desire to make a family, take care of their parents, raise children, not just the firstborn, but fortunately the second or the third, and other children. And of course, this helps address social, economic, and demographic development of the country. Moving on, our employment is growing in the industries that create great added value and end products such as high tech, and I also refer manufacturing in IT, tourism, whereas employment in supporting industries such as public administration, trade and finance sees a decrease in employment there. And this is an objective fact, and it's well grounded. Maybe not everyone knows that, but this is a very good trend, that the employment there is decreasing. Just for your information, if we look at the dynamics in information and communication, we see an increase of almost 30% by 350,000 people. We see a 10.2% growth in manufacturing industry, whereas the number of workers in trade has decreased by 170,000 people, which is minus 3%. These are gradual yet very significant trends that reflect the structural and quality changes. We intend to keep working through increasing the efficiency of our economy and introducing digital platform-based decisions and solutions to make sure that we decrease employment in the so-called supporting industries, but we have to provide those who are employed there with an alternative. And to that end, we will stimulate the creation of better, more attractive jobs with higher labor productivity that satisfy the new technological structure. And of course, for the benefit of our people, we have to fine-tune the labor legislation. The government has drafted a package of such amendments. I would like to ask the State Duma to adopt those amendments swiftly. I would like to reiterate that high-quality, structurally sound employment holds the key to improving income of citizens and families and decreasing inequality. Of course, inequality is still a problem, but we are making good headway in addressing that. We have already managed to do a lot to raise the income of the most vulnerable citizens. And on a particular note, I would like to say that we've managed to achieve a record decrease of poverty, because as of the end of last year, poverty level stood at 7.2%, and the positive dynamics is still very much in effect. And the first quarter of this year has seen a decrease of more than 2 million people, of those who earn less than the minimum wages. This August Assembly knows that, but I would like to say that in 2000, the poverty level in Russia stood at 29%. This is for information of our guests. And unfortunately, 42.3 million people lived in these undignified conditions. In 2024, this level is just 7.2%, and it's just 10.5 million people. But this is not the end of our journey. We need to make sure that this figure goes down. We first have the task of decreasing it to 7% and then to 5%. But if we look at the economy in general, we see that the level of wages across Russia is still not sufficient. It's not adequate, and we need to be ambitious. We have to build an economy of high salaries, of high wages. It's of the utmost importance. This has to be based on higher labor productivity. Incidentally, the share of wages in the GDP increased from 40.7% to almost 44% in 2024, so in 3 years. What are we concentrating our efforts on? First and foremost, we are adapting education programs to the needs of the real sector. Incidentally, the youth unemployment dynamics I've just mentioned demonstrates that we are moving in the right direction. I would also like to add that this year, in the run-up to our forum, we have published a ranking of education institutions of Russia based on the quality of their jobs, employment, as well as wages. It shows us what professions are in greatest demand, what education institutions give their graduates the best education that the economy needs. This ranking shows the efficiency of management teams of these education institutions, and I would like to ask the heads of relevant ministries and colleagues, both at the federal and regional level, to pay close attention to that ranking, using it as an instrument for managing changes in professional education. Moving on, with a view to raising the income of our citizens, we need to raise their qualifications and retrain them to provide them with an opportunity to grow professionally, to move to other companies and even to other regions. In other words, we need to increase the mobility of labor force, which is of the utmost importance to the economy. It gives people a chance to occupy better, more promising positions with better conditions and terms and better wages. We also need to invest in new equipment, automate and integrate robots in manufacturing capacities, and they have to be serviced as well. And this will require professional, highly competent and highly paid employees. But raising income is important not just for individuals and families, but also for the economy in general, because a rise in income and a decrease in inequality entail a change in the demand structure, because this demand structure becomes more balanced. It stimulates the consumption of domestically produced services and goods. I refer to tourist industry, catering industry, these and also industries that capitalize on our natural reaches, improving the potential of our cities and settlements, making them more comfortable for life and for leisure and for work. And I would like to remind you that together with the government, we decided to introduce a new taxation system for the catering industry with a fixed VAT rate. Part of the revenue will be funneled into the municipal authorities, providing them with an additional resource for projects and development programs on the ground. First and foremost, to raise the standards of life. We're certainly going to support creative economy related to science, culture, art, and creativity, including such avenues as architecture, design, cinema, music, publishing, software, and so on and so forth. That's everything that the experts have dubbed the experience economy. This year, we have seen the entry into force of a federal law that has provided the legal framework for promoting creative industries. Until the end of the year, 70 regions are going to start introducing the standards for the development of this modern segment of economy as well as social life, creating the requisite infrastructure. To make sure this work is put on a systemic basis, I would like to ask the government, together with the Russian regions, to draft a long-term strategy for the development of creative economy, and also think and consider launching a federal project.
On a separate note, I would like to speak about raising the tourist attraction of Russian towns and villages, a visible manifestation of our national identity. And true points of tourist attraction are ancient buildings, churches or estates, the cultural heritage sites. We have agreed that by 2030, we renovate no less than 1,000 such sites all across our country to give them a second life, including by means of opening museums, educational and exposition centers, hotels, and so on. The pilot program to restore cultural heritage sites with concessional funding for such projects has already covered 9 regions of Russia. The current goal is to extend it to other constituent entities of Russia. To make sure that allocated funds produce a better result, I suggest the following solutions. We could unite the resources of 2 concessional lending programs for creating tourist infrastructure and preserving the cultural heritage sites. Thus, the renovation and overhaul of ancient buildings for the business purposes in particular could be additionally funded from the loans that reduce trade. Apart from that, I suggest that we apply to these projects the so-called umbrella surety mechanism by the cooperation with the development of small and medium entrepreneurship. Let me add that at cultural heritage sites, there is a complicated investment and construction cycle. All those who are involved in it know it full well. It takes a long time, which we have to reduce where it is justified. We need to get rid of excessive formalism, definitely not to the detriment of preserving historical memorials. I ask colleagues from the Presidential Office to establish a designated interagency platform and come up with solutions on this topic and in general as regards restoration of cultural heritage sites. I have already mentioned the program to create a tourist infrastructure. We try to carefully and delicately involve our national parks into the tourist sphere. We put in place conditions to make sure they can be visited by tourists with due attention to the nature and protected ecosystems. It is another example of how Russia is implementing its environmental agenda. We don't waste the natural resources to seek short-term benefits, but we preserve and multiply them to the interest of the people and to the benefit of our society. In this context, I would like to mention this. Over the past decades, we have accumulated millions of tons of wastes from industry and mining companies. Of course, they are harmful to the nature and to the people, and they create problems. So I suggest that we think of launching special projects in order to recover valuable components of these wastes. We have designated technologies, we have to make use of them, thus business will be able to get profits and it'll help eliminate the accumulated environmental harm and at the same time encourage the development of natural science, domestic science and industry. Dear colleagues, exploration of new industrial, high-tech and service areas and spreading the range of economic activities are elements of structural transformation in the Russian economy. In this context, there is a second key area of our activities on which I would like to focus today. That is a new quality of investment climate. In a sense, I'm talking about a dramatically minimization of costs incurred by the business and entrepreneurs in all fields, starting from construction to ensuring facilities of new projects and to the ongoing operational activities, including all forms of accounting and notary services. We are working in close contact with regions, entrepreneurs and expert circles. Together we try to make sure that business and investment activities are growing all across the country in every town and village. Let me remind you that we have set ourselves a goal. The capital investments in Russia by 2030 has to grow by no less than 60% against 2020. The government has already launched a system for supporting investments in the regions. It includes provision of comprehensive and full services for the investor up to the stage when the plant is put into operation with access to all support mechanisms, including tax benefits and exemptions. We will carefully monitor how this is implemented and adjust it, taking into account the wishes of the business, its demands and needs. And of course, we will follow the example of the regions who are leading in terms of attracting capital investments and multiplying their successful experience and best practices. Traditionally, at this platform, I would like to announce the results of national ranking of the state of investment climate, which is prepared by the Agency for Strategic Initiatives. Now the ranking takes into account a greater number of indicators, 82 instead of 70. That is, it has become more detailed, which means it is more informative now. The capital of Russia, Moscow, leads the ranking just as before. It is followed by the Republic of Tatarstan and the Nizhny Novgorod region. They have demonstrated the greatest dynamic in this year. Both regions rank number 2 with similar results. Their current parameters of investment attractiveness are higher than Moscow had last year. What does it mean? It means that the standards are constantly growing. When we work in the investment climate, we should never stop. We should always look into the future and set new goals. In the third place of the ranking is Moscow region and the Republic of Bashkortostan. And in total over the past year, 57 regions have increased the integral index. In particular, I would like to note the regions of Chelyabinsk, Tver, Smolensk and Kaluga, as well as the regions of Voronezh, Saratov, Sakhalinsk, Novosibirsk and Lipetsk and the Altai region. They have demonstrated the highest dynamic. I congratulate colleagues in the regional teams on these results, and I wish all the regions further success in this important field. Let's welcome their success. Thank you. Thank you. As I've already mentioned, along with support for investments, we try to improve conditions for day-to-day business activities, and as we know, there are many tasks in this context, from registration of companies to dealing with insolvency. The government, together with the entrepreneurs and sectoral experts and experts from the Agency for Strategic Initiatives, have launched a large work. We are working on establishing a national model for target conditions for making business, taking into account international practices, but I'll emphasize, taking into account the national features and national development goals that we have set for ourselves. The model should be ready by September this year. We're talking about specific changes for the business which would be tangible and measurable. For example, by 2030, we have to almost halve the terms for being connected to power grids, or to decrease the time which is spent for filing and preparing tax documents by 1.5 times. The goal for the national model is to make sure that by 2030, Russia is among top 20 world leaders for business conditions, taking into account the updated international practices. It should serve as an example for our BRICS partners. Most importantly, the business climate has to allow us to enhance the basis of our economy, to make it more sustainable and at the same time dynamic and aimed at producing goods and services and their promotion in the domestic market and for the global export markets. I'll note that compatibility of domestic goods, agriculture, services and many other fields should be based on our own technological solutions. It is the third area of structural transformation. The Russian economy should be more technological. And it's not just a wish, it's an objective requirement of the world of today and tomorrow. The challenge to which we have to be up to if we want to be stronger, and we do want to be stronger. We are to fully embrace a new stage of technological development of our country. The key instruments will be national projects for ensuring technological leadership. They were launched this year, and together with colleagues we have agreed that events within these national projects will be updated and added. By 2030, the aggregate spendings by the state and business for R&D in Russia should increase to reach no less than 2% of GDP. A special role is to be played by the private business. Its investment for these purposes should at least double. In this context, I would like to stress this. Supporting the technological transformation of Russian economy is the key task of almost 24 of funds and development institutions. But every one of them has its own methodology and approach. As a result, entrepreneurs have to come up with technical documents and other documents in different ways. On the other hand, it happens that funds and institutions may compete for same projects. Yes, competition is useful, but in this case, this interagency competition doesn't benefit the common cause, but on the contrary, it decreases the efficiency of financial organizational resources. Recently, we set up a designated working group under the Council for Strategic Development and National Projects. It's led by a head of Web RF, Igor Shuvalov, and I ask colleagues from the working group to analyze the activities of funds and development institutions on the technological track. The goal is to eliminate duplicating of functions, coordinate work of development institutions, and come up with unified requirements for business support procedures, from registration of an invention to serial production of high-tech goods. I'll stress, over the past 2 years, the number of invention registration applications from domestic companies and scientific organizations has grown by 13%. There is a growth in the field of optics and computer technologies, consumer goods, and pharmaceuticals. However, it is important not only to develop solutions, but to implement them in a swift manner in goods and services for which there is demand within a country and on a global arena, which would be able to improve the quality of life of our citizens and make it more comfortable and convenient. We agreed that colleagues in the government will personally supervise implementation of new technologies in their fields of responsibilities. They will adjust the regulatory framework for experiments, testing, piloting, and upscaling the prospective solutions. It is important that the government comes with an annual report about dynamics of technological development to assess the current level of technological sovereignty of Russia and breakthrough solutions for technological leadership, as well as the tempo of their implementation in different branches of economy. Unfortunately, today the level of so-called commercialization of inventions in the university context is low. Small innovative entrepreneurs unfortunately are in a situation when only one invention in 100 reaches practical application. It is too few. We need more active cooperation between educational institutions, R&D institutions, and business environment. We have to help them find each other. We have a program entitled A University of Entrepreneurs. It involves experienced businessmen who work together with students in designated workshops in the higher educational institutions. They come up with advanced technological solutions and products. We have already seen the first results. Over 270 million of non-budgetary funds have been attracted, and this year the number of participating higher educational institutions will double. I ask the government to upscale this mechanism to make sure that there is a smooth cooperation at all stages, from formulating the idea for a project to making sure there is an independent business, and we need to ensure joint companies, universities, and real sector companies. There is another important issue. We need to further development the market of intellectual property. We should expand the possibilities for loans secured by patents and trademarks. They should help business. Business have real assets which would attract investments. By the way, Russia has over 1 million of valid trademarks. Over the past year, our entrepreneurs have registered almost 77,000 brands, primarily in the fields of light industry, software, household chemicals, and some other fields it is by 12% more than a year before. It is a good tempo and will support new Russian brands. In a month in Moscow, we'll see the results of a new competition entitled That's Us. Small and medium enterprises account for a great number of shares and they require promotion as they enter new markets. Small businesses, separate entrepreneurs, or just a handy person from a small town or village today can found a customer for their products or services with the help of marketplaces. Previously, it was almost impossible. The audience, the number of their customers is growing not only in our country, but all across the world. Unlike most countries dependent on global platforms, Russia has good examples of own successful electronic platforms. It is a real and tangible achievement of domestic business of which we can be proud of. We will continue putting in place conditions under which Russian digital platforms will develop and compete with the international giants. We have already come up with a draft law which will be a first step to building a modern regulatory framework for platform economy. I ask the State Duma to accelerate the adoption of this draft law. I'll add, in the field of digital platforms, there are certain problems, in particular unfaithful practices of making business, violating the competition and the rules for using the data. I ask colleagues from the President's office, together with the government and business representatives, to discuss this topic within the interagency working group. I also ask you to analyze the regulation not for the digital but traditional offline trade, that is, shops, chain stores, and so on. Such regulation, in many regards, is outdated. It was developed in a different technological era and is not up to modern challenges and opportunities. I'll add that marketplaces have a large volume of data about the, so to say, health of the business and the state of the market. They know what support it needs, be it advertising or sales, recruitment of staff, or getting a loan. We should make use of these opportunities for the development of small and medium enterprises all across the country. I ask the government to come up with proposals in the context of coordination and aligning information and other instruments to support and promote the business that are at the disposal of the government and digital platforms, including financial and guarantee mechanisms of the SME cooperation. Next. The own independent solutions, including the digital solutions, should be used in order to strengthen the foreign trade infrastructure. I'm talking about logistics, insurance, and payment systems.
I'm happy to say that we have a state system of electronic consignment documents fully operational. So all the papers you may need for transportation by road, be that consignment documents or way bills, all of that can be done online, electronically. And on a monthly basis, more than 1.5 million of documents of the kind are being issued. We have intentions to go digital and use platform solution for all means of transport in Russia, including transport by road, air, rail transport, river and maritime connections. So we're talking about creation of the national digital transport and logistical platform. This modern technological foundation will serve for the development of international corridors, among others, including Trans-Arctic Transportation Corridor from St. Petersburg via Murmansk all the way to Vladivostok and many other transportation routes. As for payment infrastructure, here we are going to work closely with our colleagues from the BRICS bloc. We will be aiming to create efficient and reliable mechanisms and services that are fully independent from any kind of external interference. And in this regard, we absolutely need the experience that our countries have in circulation of digital national currencies. Russia has been implementing a pilot project of the kind for 2 years now. We worked on all the major operations, including opening of account, closing accounts, transfers between individuals and legal entities, payments for goods and services. Our goal right now is to make sure that the use of digital ruble is a commonplace, both between individuals and companies and banks. And I request the central bank and the government to accelerate this tradition and identify the periods for the technological development in the financial sector. In this regard, the fourth area of structural change is in the new quality of foreign trade, and that applies both to export and import. The goal is clear. We need to increase the non-oil and gas export. And for that, we're determined to develop relations with our partners, eliminate trade barriers, untap new market niches, and shape infrastructure, develop it, and strengthen investment cooperation. I'd like to remind you that we've agreed to develop long-term cooperation plans with our key partners. A good example of the kind is the plan for strategic cooperation with the People's Republic of China until 2030. Among others, we are going to develop action plans with countries like India, and those are to be finalized in the nearest future. We're also going to implement the national project dedicated to matters of international cooperation and export. We will support initiatives of our foreign partners that make use of Russian technological platforms, which means that the machine building industry will be seeing additional demand. So in the nearest years, in the CIS countries, including Belarus, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan, plus Turkey, Vietnam, and a number of other countries, we will see a whole number of large-scale energy projects being implemented, including nuclear energy, extractive and processing industries, and the foundation for those projects will be Russian tech solutions that will also involve a number of Russian financial structures. Ramping up non-oil and gas export is just one of the tasks in the area of foreign trade. We are determined to transform the structure of imports step by step, specifically the products and items that we buy from our partners. By doing so, we would like to gradually increase the share of so-called labor-intensive goods and services that require major labor resources, human resources, physical and manual labor. In Russia, on the contrary, we need to focus on high-tech, complicated goods and services with a high degree of automation, high added value, which undoubtedly would contribute to better employment and more jobs in our country. Definitely with our partners from the Eurasian Economic Union, we are going to adjust tariff and customs policy in a way to create motivation for establishment of new manufacturing chains. We would like to encourage technological transfer to our country. We want to bring more tax solutions that should also create better quality of jobs and create more better paid jobs in the country. And I request the government to do the analysis together with the business community and come up with the proposals in the nearest future regarding potential and specific actions in this area. Dear colleagues, finance, infrastructure, the real sector of the Russian economy are developing along the principles of high technologies, flexibility, and ability to quickly respond to external challenges and any fluctuations to the demand that may happen on the side of our citizens or foreign partners. This approach is fully applicable not just to the civil sector, but obviously to the area of defense, and specifically the defense industry. Our meetings inevitably touch primarily on the matters of economic development and economic growth. Here at the forum, we talk about the current state of the economy. But in the world of today, we see that there is less and less of division between the defense industry and the other part of the economy. Some countries no longer have the difference. And those dramatic changes is the fifth area of the structural modernization of the economy and strengthening of our sovereignty. The key principles in this regard are the following. First and foremost, technological advancement on all stages, from development and manufacturing to logistics, procurement, and taking care of supplies to specific military units. We need to make sure that we constantly improve technological innovations in the civil sector, among others, but we also need to implement them very quickly in the area of defense and security. Whenever possible, we need to aim for synergies and adjacencies of the defense industry with the civil sector. We need to take care of the effective production of dual-use goods. Very frequently, there is no need to take care of adjacencies because many goods are dual use by default, and they are very much in need in maritime and river facilities, aircraft engineering, electronics, manufacturing of medical equipment, agriculture, and more. I will tell you that we need to step away from clearly differentiating the companies between the military industry and those companies operating exclusively in the civil sector. The situation evolves in a way that we see that there are more and more competitors and competition from the high-tech holdings capable of addressing both military and civil objectives. The second point is all about the speed of change. Today, global business leaders, among others some of the Russian companies, may show that time needed from ideation to actual creation of a product can be reduced down to a quarter or even several months. And the time needed from the actual time of manufacturing of the product to the time it is delivered to the end consumer amounts to weeks or even days. The area of defense and security should be guided by those high standards. And finally, of course, flexibility. We are talking about increasingly important role to be played by commanders of military units, formations, and managers of the enterprises operating in the military industry. Primarily, it is all about taking care of the technical supplies, testing new hardware and machinery, and finally developing the final results and the tactics of achievement of this result. And I guess our colleagues from the area of defense industry and any adjacent industries would agree that it is crucial to develop the mechanism of very quick and effective scaling of best practices. We know how to do that, and we are doing it successfully. Fourth, economic efficiency is crucial to provide for the task we face in the area of defense. And a good example of the kind is introduction of video surveillance system using artificial intelligence. And it allowed us to dramatically reduce the number of offenses committed, for example, in the city of Moscow. That also applies to the fairly cheap and affordable UAVs. That is a very efficient way to destroy and eliminate very expensive military equipment. Obviously, we're going to learn from the negative experience as well. It is all valuable, building up to ability to make the right decisions. Generally, the defense industry has accumulated good pace, and the enterprises of the industry have been able to increase their produce manifold and are taking care of new weapons and arms production. We are determined to constantly modernize and update military facilities of the armed forces of Russia to make sure they are in line with the latest developments and state-of-the-art technologies that have proven their efficiency in combat conditions. At the same time, we're determined to develop military and technological cooperation with friendly countries. And here we're not just talking about supplies or modernization to supplies of machinery or hardware. It is also about joint developments, preparation of hardware, and creation of industrial capabilities on a turnkey basis. Dear colleagues, today I focused on 5 key areas of structural modernization needed by the Russian economy. And there are national projects already launched focused specifically on those goals. That also includes state programs. They require constant adjustment, taking into account the evolving situation in the world and new opportunities opening up to us. I request the Russian government to digitalize and make sure they monitor the KPIs related to the key structural changes in our economy. I also request you to monitor its dynamic and adjust if necessary. As mentioned earlier, the global economy is living through the largest scale transformation over the decade. The countries of the global majority are ramping up their potential by adjusting the power balance and changing the economic map of the planet. At the beginning of the 21st century, BRICS countries amounted to 1/5 of the global economy. Well, just 1/5. But today, the BRICS bloc account for 40% of the global economy. It is obvious that this share is set to grow. This is a medical fact. And this is going to happen inevitably. First and foremost, thanks to dynamically evolving countries of the global south. It is important that this growth is becoming increasingly sustainable, embracing more and more countries. And for that, we need a principally different development model, not the one based on the rules of neo-colonialism, when the so-called golden billion is sucking out resources from all other countries in the interest of a very narrow circle of the so-called elites. Not even in the interest of the people of those very countries. They are focusing specifically on the interest of their elites. If we are to look how this well-being was accumulated, for example, by the United States over the last decade, you would see that this is specifically the US elites and establishments acquiring all the profits and benefits. This is publicly available data, and if we are to look at the middle class, regular citizens, they would never benefit from those extra profits. Probably that is exactly one of the causes for the changes that we're witnessing today, among others, in the political arena. And we need to make sure that all of those changes are contributing to better quality of lives of people in our countries. It has to be translated into better quality of education, science, technologies, and infrastructure. And those are the priorities set by Russia, who's implementing its own agenda. Strategic areas that I have highlighted today require stable long-term capital flows, among others from international companies and investors. And in order to provide for that, we have to create an open and fair platform for global growth that will unite investment mechanisms and technological standards, financial and logistical services, trade instruments, and other solutions. I will reiterate, the goal per se is not to modernize the outdated mechanisms of the era of globalization. They are outdated. They have discredited themselves. We need to come up with a new model of development free of any kind of political manipulation, taking into account national interests of the countries. And obviously, this model should be focused on the needs of our citizens and their families. At the BRICS summit that took place this autumn last year in the city of Kazan, 35 countries came together, representing 2/3 of the population of planet Earth and half of the global economy. They all expressed shared understanding of approaches needed for the future world. Today, the BRICS countries set the bar by choosing and favoring the so-called human-centric industries. They are launching the largest projects to improve the quality of life. The BRICS countries are implementing large-scale initiatives in the area of nuclear energy and aviation, new materials and IT industry, robotics engineering, and artificial intelligence. Certainly, particular attention is being paid to strengthening connection within the BRICS bloc. The mutual goods turnover of our countries has already exceeded $1 trillion and continues to grow. All of that are elements of the global platform for growth. They are founded on the key principles of BRICS, that is primarily consensus, parity, accounting for the interests of one another. It is particularly important to highlight that
к этой работе. Ведь чем шире круг государств, вовлеченных в формирование и развитие такой платформы, тем прочнее и эффективнее она будет. Тем больше выгод принесет всем, кто понимает свою ответственность перед будущим и перед будущими поколениями своих стран. Россия приглашает партнеров внести свой вклад в формирование новой глобальной модели роста. Вместе обеспечить процветание наших стран и стабильное развитие всего мира на многие-многие годы вперед. Ровно для этого в текущем году мы провели в Москве открытый диалог, в котором приняли участие представители более 100 государств. Намерены не только сделать такой формат регулярным, но и построить вокруг него целую экосистему для обсуждения, проработки и реализации прорывных идей. Глобальные вызовы, которые стоят перед современным миром, требуют безусловного и глобального ответа. Решить проблемы в одиночку, тем более за чужой счет, уже просто невозможно. Это иллюзия. Только совместные действия в рамках такой организации, например, как БРИКС, некоторых других форматов, могут обеспечить движение именно всей цивилизации вперед. Я благодарю вас за внимание. Спасибо большое.
Mr. President, thank you so much for the speech that actually set the stage for a very interesting debate. After the rest of the speeches, I give the floor to the President of the Republic of Indonesia, Prabowo Subianto. The floor is yours. Your speech.
Your Excellency, President Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, Your Excellency Prince Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, National Security Advisor to the King of Bahrain, Your Excellency Paul Mashatile, Vice President of South Africa, Your Excellency Mr. Ding Xuexiang, Vice Premier of the People's Republic of China, distinguished ministers, business leaders, ladies and gentlemen, participants of this forum. I'm honored here today to be invited and to speak in this forum, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum 2025. This forum is a forum that combines and gathers leaders from the West, the Global South, the East, and where Eurasia meet. Indonesia views the summit as an opportunity to forge strategic trust, an opportunity to make deals in an increasingly complicated geopolitical situation. Deals that can benefit our shared survival and our shared success. On this occasion, I would like to introduce myself. I am Prabowo Subianto, President of the Republic of Indonesia. I've just been inaugurated on 20th October 2024. And this was my first International Economic Forum. So I apologize if I'm a bit nervous. Indonesia is the fourth largest country by population. Every year, there are 5 million new Indonesians arriving in this world. Every year, 5 million. That means every year, a group of people the size of Singapore. So in 10 years, there will be 10 Singapores in Southeast Asia, the size. I give this as an illustration of the size of Indonesia. This gives us great opportunity, but also gives us great challenge. Any leader of Indonesia must think how to feed 5 million more mouths every year, 5 million new school places, etc., etc. The hospitals, and more important and most important is the food. In my opinion, the duty of a government is first to protect its people. And to protect its people means to protect its people from hunger and from poverty and from the suffering of a challenging environment. Therefore, when I took over the government of Indonesia, my main priority was, first, to achieve self-sufficiency in food. Number two, self-sufficiency in energy. Number three, to improve the education level of Indonesians to be able to compete in the challenging era of the 21st century. And fourth, to speed up the industrialization of Indonesia. Indonesia has been fortunate in being given by the Almighty Lord vast economic resources. Vast economic resources. But these vast economic resources, if not wisely managed, actually can be a curse to our people. We have vast forests, we have vast minerals, we have a lot of commodities that are useful for the world. But this has to be managed well. And therefore, in my opinion, every country needs its own economic policy and its own economic philosophy. One of the big mistakes of many countries in Southeast Asia is that we tend to always follow the biggest and the most powerful power in the world. In the last 30 years, we see the dominance of the neoliberal capitalist classical free market philosophy, which basically tends to be laissez-faire. And the Indonesian elite followed this philosophy. And therefore, in my opinion, we have not managed to create a level playing field for all our people. There is vast growth. We have grown 5% continuously, especially the last 7 years. Yes, 35% in 7 years. But we have not managed to have this so-called trickle-down effect. The wealth remains at the top less than 1%. And this is not a formula for success, in my opinion. Therefore, my position is this, that each country must follow its own economic philosophy. The economic philosophy that is in tune and that can be accepted by each country's culture and each country's background. Therefore, I have chosen the path of compromise, the path of the best of socialism and the best of capitalism. Pure socialism, we have seen, does not work. It's utopia. Pure socialism, we see many chances and many cases people do not want to work. Pure capitalism results in inequality, result in only a small percentage enjoying the fruits of the wealth. But our path is the path of the middle way. We want to use the creativity of capitalism, innovation, initiative. Yes, we need that. But We need government intervention to overcome poverty, overcome hunger, to intervene and to protect the weak. Because there's a danger in developing countries like Indonesia of what we consider the danger of state capture. The collusion between big capital business and government officials and political elite. In the end, the collusion between these two groups does not result in the alleviation of poverty and the widening of the middle class. Therefore, we have chosen the philosophy which, in essence and in simplicity, can be reduced to one sentence. The greatest good for the greatest many. That is our philosophy. Our government must work to bring the greatest good to the greatest many. And in this case, we have to have a clean government, free of corruption. And this, I think, is the key of rapid development. I am proud to stand here before you. In my 7 months of administration, we have achieved an increase in rice and corn production of around 50%. And this is the greatest increase production in the aggregate in the history of the Republic of Indonesia. And we have now in our government warehouses 4.4 million tons of rice, which is the largest reserve in the history of the Republic of Indonesia in just a few months of my administration. We increased efficiency, we fight very strongly against corruption, we deregulate, we cut all the regulations which increase inefficiency, and we have seen the rapid results. I believe that if Indonesia can play a good role, a positive role in international relations, for instance, our participation in BRICS, we thank the government of Russia for supporting us to be a member of BRICS very fast. I think we are one of the fastest members to be accepted. In BRICS, also, Madam President, former President of Brazil and President of the New Development Bank. We are also accepted into the member of New Development Bank. Also very fast. We thank also the government of China for supporting us and the government of South Africa. And we believe that together BRICS can contribute significantly to stability, prosperity, of the world. I would like just to tell us a slight story, not part of my speech, but I was asked why I did not attend the G7, but I attended the St. Petersburg Forum 2025. And it's not because I did not respect the G7, it's because I gave my commitment to attend this forum before they invited me. So that's the only reason. So please don't read too much into the event. Sometimes political observers, they want to read, is this a political statement, right? No. Indonesia, by tradition, always non-aligned. We respect all countries. Our foreign policy is very simple. One phrase: 1,000 friends, too few. One enemy, too many. We want to be friends with everybody. Only with friendship, collaboration, can we achieve prosperity. So thank you very much, President Putin, for inviting me. And because you invited me, I can be here today in this historic city, a city of heroism, a city of great patriotism, and as an amateur student of history, I followed the history of Russia, and I know the significance of St. Petersburg. And I had the honor of tending the cemetery of the victims of the war a few days ago. So thank you very much for this invitation. For many times I have said in many forums that Indonesia has chosen the path of non-alignment. We consider that this world must develop into a multipolar world and is developing towards a multipolar world. The world of unipolar centrality is past. This is the trend of history. This is what's happening in front of us. And so I value very much the leadership of Russia and the leadership of also China. And I want to be very frank, in the present world, in the global south, I think many from the global south will agree with me. Russia and China has never had double standards. Russia and China has always defended the downtrodden, has always defended the oppressed, has always fought for the justice of all peoples of the world. So I say this from my heart. Therefore, Indonesia wants to be a good partner and a strong partner. My experts tell me that in this first semester, our economic growth is more than 5%. Actually, it can really end up by the end of this year nearly 7% or even more. So this shows that we have chosen the right path and we are achieving our goals. I'm very convinced that we will achieve our goals within a few years. I've given the target 4 years self-sufficient in food, and we are experiencing that we can be self-sufficient in food within this 1 year. And we will be, in a few years, a net exporter of rice and corn. Also, now I've formed a sovereign wealth fund, which we call Danantara, which means the future energy of Indonesia. So this fund we make to protect the wealth of our children and grandchildren. The fund now has 1,000 billion US dollars of asset under management. And this year, we have cash to invest of $18 billion. We want to work together with all strategic partners. We do not ask for assistance. We do not ask for handouts. We want to be a real partner. We want to achieve together real prosperity. We are open for business. We invite all groups from everywhere, especially Russian entities. Before I was elected, I was an entrepreneur, and I have good relations with Russian corporations. My brother has been active in this area for many, many years, I think more than 2 decades. So we know Russian corporations, and we would like to see Russia participate more in our economy. I've mentioned our foreign policy. We have always been, and we will continue to be non-aligned. We thank Russia for helping us and for achieving the Indonesian Eurasian Union SIPA, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. And we have completed also negotiations with other groups, Bloc CPTPP, also with the European Union SIPA, and we also request to join OECD. For us, the world and the planet is getting smaller. We will work together with you for peaceful collaboration, peaceful coexistence with all countries. We view with sincere regret the escalation and increase of conflict around the world, especially in the Middle East, and we hope that all parties can come to a peaceful resolution as soon as possible. I think, distinguished guests, I've come to the end of my short speech. I apologize if what I say is not what is expected of me, but what I say comes from my heart. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Subianto, and I'm not sure this is your first speech. It doesn't look like, actually. You did a great job. Thank you so much. I'll give the floor to the representative of His Majesty, the King of Bahrain for Philanthropy and Youth Affairs, National Security Advisor, Commander of the Royal Guard of the Kingdom of Bahrain, and the honored guest of this year's forum, Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa. The floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الرئيس فلاديمير بوتين رئيس روسيا الاتحادية الصديقة، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسرني بداية أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير لحكومة روسيا الاتحادية الصديقة على الدعوة الكريمة لمملكة البحرين كضيف شرف في منتدى سانت بيترسبرغ الاقتصادي، والشكر موصول لفخامة الرئيس فلاديمير بوتين على دعوته الكريمة لي للمشاركة كمتحدث رسمي في هذا المحفل الاقتصادي العريق. ويطيب لي في هذا المقام أن أنقل إلى فخامتكم تحيات سيدي حضرة صاحب الجلالة الملك حمد بن عيسى آل خليفة ملك مملكة البحرين المعظم حفظه الله ورعاه، وتحيات سيدي صاحب السمو الملكي الأمير سلمان بن حمد آل خليفة ولي العهد رئيس مجلس الوزراء حفظه الله ورعاه. ولا يفوتني أن أستذكر بكل اعتزاز زيارة سيدي صاحب الجلالة المعظم إلى روسيا الاتحادية في شهر مايو من العام الماضي 2024، واللقاء الذي جمع جلالته بفخامتكم والذي شكل محطة مهمة في مسار العلاقة الثنائية، والذي عكس عمق الصداقة والرغبة المشتركة في تعزيز التعاون الثنائي. ويمثل اليوم أحد مرتكزات هذا الحضور البحريني في منتداكم الموقر. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكرام، لقد كانت السياسات الاقتصادية التي اتبعتها روسيا الصديقة بقيادة الرئيس فلاديمير بوتين محركاً رئيسياً في تعزيز الاستقرار والنمو الاقتصادي في روسيا والمنطقة، حيث لعبت هذه السياسات دوراً حيوياً في تحفيز قطاعات استراتيجية لا سيما الطاقة والصناعة، مما انعكس بشكل إيجابي على البيئة الاستثمارية الدولية. وقد استطاعت روسيا تعزيز علاقاتها الاقتصادية مع دول المنطقة والعالم، ما أسهم في خلق فرص تجارية جديدة وجعلها شريكاً رئيسياً في الاقتصاد العالمي. وفي هذا المقام أطلب العذر منك فخامة الرئيس، أنا شاعر وأحب الأشعار، ولا يطيب لي إلا وأن أستذكر ونستحضر كلمات الشاعر الروسي الكبير ألكسندر بوشكين في قصيدته الشهيرة النصب التذكاري، حيث يقول: وسأبقى محبوباً لدى شعبي لأنني بأشعاري أيقظت فيهم المشاعر الطيبة. فهذه فخامة الرئيس سياستكم الحكيمة مع شعبكم كأشعار بوشكين، لا تقاس بالأرقام وحدها. صحيح نحن في منتدى اقتصادي، ولكن هذه الأرقام لا تقاس وحدها، بل بما توقظه في شعوبها من أمل، وما تزرعه في القلوب من طمأنينة، وبما تتركه من أثر إنساني يتجاوز حدود المؤشرات والمعايير. الحضور الكريم، تجسد رؤية البحرين الاقتصادية 2030 التي أطلقتها القيادة الحكيمة في مملكة البحرين إطاراً استراتيجياً شاملاً للتنمية الوطنية. هذه الرؤية لم تكن مجرد استراتيجية، بل كانت بمثابة خارطة الطريق نحو مستقبل مستدام، وضعت البحرين على المسار الصحيح لتحقيق توازن مثالي بين النمو الاقتصادي والاستدامة. فقد مكنت البحرين من جذب الاستثمارات الخارجية وتعزيز قدراتها الاقتصادية من خلال المبادرات الاستراتيجية التي شملت كافة القطاعات، وأبرزها تطوير البنية التحتية الرقمية وتوسيع دور القطاع الخاص في التنمية. وانطلاقاً من هذه النجاحات تعمل مملكة البحرين على بلورة رؤية وطنية جديدة تمتد حتى عام 2050، تستند إلى ركائز الابتكار والتحول الرقمي والاستدامة وتنويع مصادر الدخل، ويمثل هذا التوجه الاستراتيجي تأكيداً على التزام المملكة بمواكبة المتغيرات العالمية وتعزيز جاهزيتها الاقتصادية للمرحلة المقبلة من خلال شراكات دولية بناءة تسهم في تحقيق التنمية ومتوازنة على المدى البعيد. لقد شكل التركيز على تنمية رأس المال البشري محوراً رئيسياً في مسيرة نجاحنا، إذ تؤمن مملكة البحرين بأن الاستثمار في الإنسان يمثل الأساس الحقيقي لتقدم الأمم، ومن هذا المنطلق حرصت المملكة على تعزيز التعاون بين القطاعين العام والخاص لإطلاق مبادرات نوعية تهدف إلى تأهيل الكوادر البحرينية الشابة وتمكينهم من الانخراط الكامل في سوق العمل، بما يسهم في بناء اقتصاد مرن قادر على التكيف مع المتغيرات والتحديات العالمية. كما أن البحرين قد عملت بجد على بناء بنية تحتية رقمية متطورة، مما جعلها واحدة من أبرز المراكز الرقمية في المنطقة. هذا التوجه لم يقتصر على تسهيل الأعمال، بل ساهم في توفير بيئة مثالية للابتكار والإبداع في العديد من القطاعات. اليوم يعد الاقتصاد الرقمي ركيزة أساسية في استراتيجية البحرين نحو اقتصاد قائم على المعرفة. ومن جهة أخرى تمثل الشراكة الاستراتيجية بين البحرين والدول الصديقة ومنها روسيا إحدى الدعائم التي ساهمت في تعزيز بيئة الأعمال في المملكة، فقد حافظت البحرين على علاقة قوية ومثمرة مع جميع القوى العالمية، ما أتاح لها أن تكون مركزاً اقتصادياً مستقراً جاذباً للاستثمارات. وتواصل البحرين سعيها إلى تسهيل حركة الاستثمارات الأجنبية من خلال توفير التشريعات والتسهيلات التي تعزز من بيئة الأعمال. الحضور الكريم، تشكل دول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية اليوم نموذجاً رائداً في دعم ريادة الأعمال وتعزيز بيئة الاستثمار في المنطقة وفي مملكة البحرين. نولي أهمية بالغة لهذا الدور المحوري انطلاقاً من إيماننا بأن الابتكار والإبداع ركيزتين أساسيتين لتحقيق التنمية الاقتصادية المستدامة. ومن هذا المنطلق نرى في منتدى سانت بيترسبرغ الاقتصادي منصة فاعلة لعرض المبادرات الاقتصادية الطموحة وتوسيع آفاق التعاون بين المستثمرين ورواد الأعمال من مختلف أنحاء العالم. إن الاستثمار ليس عن توفير رأس المال، بل هو أيضاً عن تمكين الأفكار المبدعة وتحويلها إلى مشاريع تساهم في تقدم المجتمع ونمو الاقتصادي المستدام. ومن هنا تأتي أهمية دعم الابتكار ورعاية رواد الأعمال لضمان تحفيز التقدم التكنولوجي والاقتصادي. ومن الجدير بالذكر أن تعزيز الشراكات الاقتصادية العالمية يساهم في وضع أطر تمويل مناسبة لدعم المؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة، والتي تشكل العمود الفقري للاقتصادات العالمية. وهذا يتطلب تضافر الجهود الدولية والمحلية لتعزيز هذه الشراكات، بما يفتح آفاقاً جديدة للفرص الاستثمارية ويوسع مجالات التعاون بين الدول. وفي هذا الإطار نعمل جاهدين في البحرين على تبني سياسات اقتصادية مدروسة تستهدف تطوير القطاعات الاقتصادية المختلفة، بما في ذلك القطاعات التي تعتمد على الابتكار التكنولوجي وريادة الأعمال. ونحن نسعى دوما إلى توفير بيئة حاضنة للإبداع تعزز التنافسية وتفتح مجالات جديدة للتعاون الاقتصادي والتجاري مع الدول الصديقة. وفي الختام أؤكد تقدير مملكة البحرين العميق لفخامة الرئيس فلاديمير بوتين على دعوته الكريمة وحسن تنظيم هذا المنتدى الذي يعكس التزام روسيا بتعزيز الحوار الاقتصادي العالمي. كما نؤكد إيماننا بأهمية منتدى سانت بيترسبرغ كمنصة فعالة لتوسيع الشراكات مع الدول الصديقة وفي طليعتها روسيا، وبناء تعاون يسهم في دفع عجلة التنمية المستدامة بما ينسجم مع تطلعات رؤية البحرين الاقتصادية 2030. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Sheikh Nasser. The address by the Vice Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China, Ding Shuxiang. The floor is yours.
尊敬的普京总统，尊敬的各位嘉宾、女士们、先生们、朋友们，很高兴应邀出席第28届圣彼得堡国际经济论坛。本届论坛以共同价值、多极化世界发展为基础，具有重要的现实意义。首先，我谨代表中国政府对本届论坛的成功举办表示诚挚的祝贺。10年前，中国国家主席习近平在出席第70届联合国大会一般性辩论发表的重要讲话中提出，和平发展、公平、正义、民主、自由是全人类的共同价值，也是联合国的崇高目标。这一重要论断超越不同国家、不同民族、不同社会制度和意识形态差异，画出构建人类命运共同体的价值同心圆，得到国际社会广泛支持和积极响应。当前世界百年变局加速演进，单边主义和保护主义上升，霸权、霸道、霸凌行径增多，地缘政治冲突加剧，多重风险交织叠加，人类面临许多共同挑战。我们要重温习近平主席的重要讲话，坚守和弘扬全人类共同价值，践行构建人类命运共同体理念，落实全球发展倡议、全球安全倡议、全球文明倡议，携手推进平等有序的世界多极化、普惠包容的经济全球化，推动世界走向和平、安全、繁荣、进步的光明前景。在此，我愿谈几点看法。第一，坚持共商共建共享的全球治理观。国际上的事应该由大家共同商量着办， 世界前途命运应该由各国共同掌握。我们要坚持真正的多边主义，积极推动各国权利平等、机会平等、规则平等。80年前，中国、苏联等反法西斯同盟国家浴血奋战，赢得2战胜利，奠定了以联合国为核心的多边主义基石。80年后的今天，我们要重申对联合国宪章宗旨和原则的承诺，坚定维护以联合国为核心的国际体系，以国际法为基础的国际秩序，维护联合国权威和国际公平正义，推动构建更加公正合理的全球治理体系。第二，坚持合力打造开放多元的世界经济。当前经济全球化遭遇逆流，联合国2030年可持续发展议程落实进程受阻。我们要坚持互利共赢、共同发展，以实际行动捍卫多边贸易体制和国际经贸秩序，推进贸易和投资自由化、便利化，把经济全球化的蛋糕做大分好。中国致力于解决世界经济发展不平衡、不平等问题，已经向160多个国家提供发展援助，同150多个国家高质量共建“一带一路”，打造了一大批标志性合作项目，创设全球发展和南南合作基金，为全球发展事业做出巨大贡献。我们愿继续深化同广大发展中国家合作，为全球南方国家创造更多机会，更好地携手推进现代化事业。第三，坚持不同文明交流互鉴。交流互鉴是文明发展的本质要求。我们要弘扬平等、互鉴、对话、包容的文明观，尊重人类文明的多样性，尊重不同国家人民对价值实现路径的探索，反对任何形式的新冷战和意识形态对抗。中华民族是开放包容的民族，中华文明注重和而不同，和合共生。从举办亚洲文明对话大会到联合国大会通过设立文明对话国际日决议，中国理念正越来越多地成为国际共识。我们愿同各方一道，推动不同文明各美其美，美美与共，把全人类共同价值充分体现到实现本国人民利益的实践中去。第四，坚持维护世界和平与发展。和平孕育发展生机，发展保障持久和平。我们要共同担负起维护和平的责任，以对话增互信，以对话解纷争，以对话促安全，推动政治解决国际和地区热点问题。中国始终高举和平发展、合作共赢的旗帜，愿同世界上所有爱好和平、致力发展的国家和人民携手同行，让和平的薪火代代相传，共同迈向持久和平和共同繁荣。女士们、先生们、朋友们，中俄同为联合国安理会常任理事国和世界重要新兴经济体，是百炼成钢的真朋友，彼此成就的好伙伴。上个月，应普京总统邀请， 习近平主席对俄罗斯进行国事访问，并出席纪念苏联伟大卫国战争胜利80周年庆典。两国元首一致同意进一步巩固政治互信，密切战略协作，共同发出维护二战胜利成果的和国际公平正义的声音。中方愿同俄方一道，落实两国元首共同重要共识，在推动构建多极世界、引领全球发展、完善全球治理中发挥更加重要作用。我们要全面提升中俄关系的高度、纬度、韧度，坚持合作大方向，以共建“一带一路”和欧亚经济联盟对接为平台，构建高标准互联互通格局，发挥两国资源禀赋和产业体系互补优势，拓展经贸、能源、农业、航空航天、人工智能等领域高质量互利合作，不断地夯实全面战略协作的物质基础，更好地造福两国人民，密切在联合国等多边平台协调和配合，推动上海合作组织金砖国家不断发展壮大，共同点亮全球治理的南方时刻，为构建更加公正、合理、繁荣的多极世界做出更大的贡献。女士们、先生、朋友们，中国正以中国式现代化全面推进强国建设、民族复兴伟业。今年以来，尽管外部冲击影响加大，中国经济依然呈现向好态势。一季度，国内生产总值增长5.4%，增速在世界主要经济体中保持领先。特别是对外贸易，在复杂环境中仍然稳健前行，向世界展现了中国经济的强劲活力和韧性。我们将加紧实施更加积极有为的宏观政策，着力稳就业、稳企业、稳市场、稳预期，以高质量发展的确定性应对外部环境急剧变化的不确定性，推动经济持续回升向好。无论外部环境如何变化，中国对外开放的大门只会越开越大。我们坚定不移推进高水平对外开放，稳步扩大制度性开放，积极营造市场化、法治化、国际化、一流营商环境，诚挚地欢迎各国企业到中国投资兴业，积极参与中国式现代化进程，分享中国发展机遇。通向多极化世界的道路虽然布满荆棘，但终将迎来光明。让我们携起手来，以全人类共同价值为指引，共同谱写多极化世界美好篇章。就讲这些，谢谢大家。
Thank you, Mr. Shusiang. The floor now is for the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Paul Mashatile.
Your Excellency, President Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, esteemed heads of states who are present, Your Excellency Prabowo Subianto, President of the Republic of Indonesia, His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalila, representative of His Majesty the King of Bahrain, His Excellency Mr. Deng Xiaoxiang, Vice Premier of the State Council of the People's Republic of China, distinguished ministers and deputy ministers, diplomats, business leaders, and fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to begin by sending warm greetings from the government of the Republic of South Africa, especially from our President, President Cyril Ramaphosa, and the people of South Africa. This forum now in its 20th year remains one of the foremost platforms for global dialogue on economic cooperation, investment, innovation, and inclusive growth. It is therefore an honor to be given the opportunity to address this distinguished assembly at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum to convey our vision for a more inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous world. The 2025 theme, Strengthening Multipolarity for Sustainable Development, is not only timely, but central to the moment we find ourselves in. I'd like to assume that you will concur with me that the concept of multipolarity has become increasingly relevant in the current global landscape, which is constantly changing. It calls for cooperation, dialogue, and respect for diversity amongst nations to achieve shared goals. The South African government is certain in its belief that the adoption of multipolarity may result in the achievement of sustainable development and economic prosperity for all nations, regardless of their size. It is laudable that as I stand here, I can confidently state that South Africa and Russia are committed to a multipolar world order and actively interact in forums such as BRICS and the G20. Our cooperation covers various sectors, including trade, energy, and technology. Our aim should be to deepen bilateral connections and shaping global governance. Russia has long played a strategic role in the global economy, not only as a major energy producer, but also as a key actor in food security, industrial technologies, and science-based innovation. It is one of the largest exporters of grain, oil, and gas. It is also a rising presence in sectors such as space exploration, nuclear energy, particularly for peaceful purposes, artificial intelligence, and advanced manufacturing. Importantly, Russia's increasing orientation towards Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and Latin America is reshaping global trade routes and creating new corridors for commercial and developmental cooperation. These reconfigurations are part of a broader trend: the steady emergence of a multipolar global economic architecture. Despite the real challenges posed by geopolitical tensions, sanctions, and fragmentation of financial systems, Russia has demonstrated resilience. It continues to foster deep integration with the Eurasian Economic Union, expand its partnership under the BRICS framework, and strengthen bilateral and multilateral engagement with emerging economies. Our country, South Africa, like many others, has also faced numerous challenges on its path to development. The extent to which individuals feel connected and share a sense of belonging in society has also been a significant challenge, particularly in the light of the country's history of apartheid and persistent socio-economic inequalities. However, with tenacity, drive, and a commitment to diversity, we have achieved enormous strides in reducing poverty, inequality, and creating social cohesion. We recognize that sustainable development is more than simply economic progress. It is also about providing opportunities for all our citizens to prosper and contribute to society. As we look to the future, the importance of the Global South in shaping international economic governance is undeniable. Africa, in particular, is fast becoming a center of global growth. With a population projected to exceed 2.5 billion people by 2050, a rising middle class, and a youthful demographic dividend, the continent has the potential to drive the wave of industrialization, digital transformation, and sustainable development. Africa is not in search of handouts. Rather, it is pursuing equitable partnerships. It seeks equitable access to markets, capital, knowledge, and technology. This is where global platforms like the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum become crucial for us. At the same time, the Global South is increasingly demanding a voice in decisions that shape global trade and finance. The collective call is clear. Development cannot be dictated. It must be co-created. Africa and the Global South are not merely passive recipients of investments or aid. They are active architects of a new, more just international order. Ladies and gentlemen, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum has evolved over the years from a primarily Russian and Eurasian platform into a global meeting point of policymakers, economists, CEOs, innovators, and thought leaders. The St. Petersburg International Economic Forum provides a space for emerging economies to shape global economic discourse, influence trade rules, and negotiate developmental priorities. In this regard, South Africa supports the increasing inclusion of voices from the Global South at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. We support the growing participation of delegates from Africa, Latin America, and Asia. It is essential that this platform not only reflects actively, but actively amplifies the aspiration and strategic interests of developing economies. The St. Petersburg International Economic Forum's value lies in its unique capacity to bridge geopolitical divides and promote dialogue beyond the dominant narratives. It enables countries with diverse histories, economies, and political systems to find common ground in promoting trade, innovation, and sustainable development. In an era of growing polarization, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum is a vital pillar for pragmatic cooperation. South Africa is prepared to contribute to the promotion of cooperation and collaboration amongst nations in order to benefit all. We believe that a more equitable, prosperous, and tranquil world can be achieved through collaboration. This year, South Africa has the privilege of presiding over the G20. We have prioritized issues like debt sustainability, global financial reform, access to technology, and inclusive economic recovery. We are championing the representation of Africa in global decision-making structures, including the full integration of the African Union into the G20 framework. We are also working to ensure that global economic policy aligns with the goals of Africa's Agenda 2063, the African Union's blueprint for inclusive growth and sustainable development. It promotes industrialization, connectivity, regional integration, and the African continental free trade area. We offer a compelling value proposition to global investors and partners. We regard ourselves as a gateway to Africa, rooted in a democratic governance, a robust financial system, and world-class infrastructure. Our institutions are strong, our people are resilient, and our vision is clear. We aim to be a center of innovation, inclusive industrialization, and green growth. Moreover, South Africa brings to the table decades of multilateral experience, a commitment to peace building and development cooperation, and a bridge building role between advanced and emerging economies. We do not merely seek partnerships, we offer solutions grounded in African realities and global aspirations. In doing so, South Africa hopes to cement G20 priorities in African reality, ensuring that the recovery from global crisis does not exacerbate inequality, but rather creates opportunities for inclusive transformation. We are pushing for a new international development funding agreement that resolves historical inequalities, whilst also preparing the Global South to respond to future shocks with resilience. Speaking of resilience, we need to reinvigorate multilateralism. The multilateral order is under pressure, and economic nationalism is on the rise. At the same time, we face collective challenges that require urgent cooperation. Climate change, energy transitions, food insecurity, global health disparities, and digital inequalities. It is in this context that we must reaffirm the principles of mutual respect, sovereignty, equality, and solidarity. We must resist the return to protectionism and instead build a global trading system that is transparent, rule-based, and inclusive. Developing economies must have greater representation in global standing-setting institutions. We must accelerate the reform of the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, and other Bretton Woods institutions to reflect contemporary global realities. Through strengthening multipolarity, we are able to harness the collective power of our nations to construct a future that is more sustainable for future generations. South Africa is prepared to do its share in promoting international cooperation and collaboration for the future of all nations. The future is not being written in boardrooms in the global north alone. It is being written in the towns of East Africa, in the innovation corridors of Southeast Asia, in the mines and digital labs of Latin America, and the energy, agriculture, and science sectors of Eurasia. The St. Petersburg International Economic Forum is one of the few remaining global platforms where this future can be shaped in dialogue. Let us then seize the moment. Let us invest in partnerships that are equitable and mutually beneficial. Let us pursue sustainable growth. South Africa stands ready to work with all partners gathered here to forge a new era of cooperation, shared prosperity, and enduring. Peace. Thank you very much. Spasiba.
Thank you so much for the heavily loaded speeches that will only make my mission more difficult. I'd like to start with President Putin.
intelligence, and advanced manufacturing. Importantly, Russia's increasing orientation towards Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and Latin America is reshaping global trade routes and creating new corridors for commercial and developmental cooperation. These reconfigurations are part of a broader trend, the steady emergence of a multipolar global economic architecture. Despite the real challenges posed by geopolitical tensions, sanctions, and fragmentation of financial systems, Russia has demonstrated resilience. It continues to foster deep integration with the Eurasian Economic Union, expand its partnership under the BRICS framework, and strengthen bilateral and multilateral engagement with emerging economies. Our country, South Africa, like many others, has also faced numerous challenges on its path to development. The extent to which individuals feel connected and share a sense of belonging in society has also been a significant challenge, particularly in the light of the country's history of apartheid and persistent socio-economic inequalities. However, with tenacity, drive, and a commitment to diversity, we have achieved enormous strides in reducing poverty, inequality, and creating social cohesion. We recognize that sustainable development is more than simply economic progress. It is also about providing opportunities for all our citizens to prosper and contribute to society. As we look to the future, the importance of the Global South in shaping international economic governance is undeniable. Africa, in particular, is fast becoming a center of global growth. With a population projected to exceed 2.5 billion people by 2050, a rising middle class, and a youthful demographic dividend, the continent has the potential to drive the wave of industrialization, digital transformation, and sustainable development. Africa is not in search of handouts. Rather, it is pursuing equitable partnerships. It seeks equitable access to markets, capital, knowledge, and technology. This is where global platforms like the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum become crucial for us. At the same time, the Global South is increasingly demanding a voice in decisions that shape global trade and finance. The collective call is clear. Development cannot be dictated. It must be co-created. Africa and the Global South are not merely passive recipients of investments or aid. They are active architects of a new, more just international order. Ladies and gentlemen, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum has evolved over the years from a primarily Russian and Eurasian platform into a global meeting point of policymakers, economists, CEOs, innovators, and thought leaders. The St. Petersburg International Economic Forum provides a space for emerging economies to shape global economic discourse, influence trade rules, and negotiate developmental priorities. In this regard, South Africa supports the increasing inclusion of voices from the Global South at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. We support the growing participation of delegates from Africa, Latin America, and Asia. It is essential that this platform not only reflects actively, but actively amplifies the aspiration and strategic interests of developing economies. The St. Petersburg International Economic Forum's value lies in its unique capacity to bridge geopolitical divides and promote dialogue beyond the dominant narratives. It enables countries with diverse histories, economies, and political systems to find common ground in promoting trade, innovation, and sustainable development. In an era of growing polarization, the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum is a vital pillar for pragmatic cooperation. South Africa is prepared to contribute to the promotion of cooperation and collaboration amongst nations in order to benefit all. We believe that a more equitable, prosperous, and tranquil world can be achieved through collaboration. This year, South Africa has the privilege of presiding over the G20. We have prioritized issues like debt sustainability, global financial reform, access to technology, and inclusive economic recovery. We are championing the representation of Africa in global decision-making structures, including the full integration of the African Union into the G20 framework. We are also working to ensure that global economic policy aligns with the goals of Africa's Agenda 2063, the African Union's blueprint for inclusive growth and sustainable development. It promotes industrialization, connectivity, regional integration, and the African continental free trade area. We offer a compelling value proposition to global investors and partners. We regard ourselves as a gateway to Africa, rooted in a democratic governance, a robust financial system, and world-class infrastructure. Our institutions are strong, our people are resilient, and our vision is clear. We aim to be a center of innovation, inclusive industrialization, and green growth. Moreover, South Africa brings to the table decades of multilateral experience, a commitment to peace building and development cooperation, and a bridge building role between advanced and emerging economies. We do not merely seek partnerships, we offer solutions grounded in African realities and global aspirations. In doing so, South Africa hopes to cement G20 priorities in African reality, ensuring that the recovery from global crisis does not exacerbate inequality, but rather creates opportunities for inclusive transformation. We are pushing for a new international development.
Things started to ease up between Moscow and Washington. There is more dialogue between President Donald Trump and President Putin. Is this a source of concern for you in China? And how do you see the developing relationships between the leading powers in the world?
感谢你提问啊。首先，我要跟普京总统、跟俄罗斯的朋友、跟与会的朋友们非常明确地表示，中方是乐见俄美之间恢复接触和交流的。这个俄罗斯和美国啊，都是世界上主要的大国。 而且也都是安理会的常任理事国，不接触是不正常的。俄美双方恢复接触、恢复交流，对全世界都是有利的好事儿，有利于国际局势的稳定，也有利于大家都面临的全球经济的复苏问题。 的环境，中俄关系可以追溯很多的这个历史了。我们是互为最大的邻国，友好合作这个。 平等互利，对吧？它具有合乎双方的历史逻辑，也符合双方的文化逻辑，符合双方的战略利益。中俄友好，既不会受到第三方的干扰，当然也不会针对第三方。 这些年，在习近平主席和普京总统的战略引领下，中俄关系达到了历史最好的水平。中俄关系稳如泰山，牢不可撼。您刚才讲到。 这个大国在国际上，具有更大的影响力，它对国际的秩序事关重大。我记得习主席在很多的国际场合都呼吁、都强调。 大国要有大国的样子。我理解大国的基本模样应该是积极的承担国际义务，带头维护联合国为核心的国际秩序，应该是坚持国家不分大小。 不分强弱，一律平等，带头捍卫国际公平正义，还应该是重信守诺，言行一致， 带头为这个世界提供更多的确定性。中国呢，作为一个负责任的大国，坚定地做动荡世界中的稳定力量，愿意和各方一起为这个世界的繁荣不断地注入新的、更多的正能量。我就回答这些。
Thank you so much. Sheikh Nasser, Bahrain is a very unique country. You have very good, exceptional relations with Washington, yet you are here today representing your country and His Majesty as a guest of honor in St. Petersburg Forum. This is a very unique feature. It aligns with, those who know Bahrain would say this will align with the history of Bahrain as a trade hub, as a political bridge. But how are you maneuvering and navigating a more and more polar world with the set of skills and experiences you have in the realm of bridging between East and West?
Well, you have mentioned briefly about history, and let me take you back nearly 5,000 years ago, the job of Bahrain, where it maintained the relations between East and West. So I believe Bahrain, in its geographic position in the region and in service to the world, we have no choice but to be the arms and the bridges between the East and the West. We have no choice, rather, to follow our wise leadership, not just in Bahrain, but in the GCC in total, where we all share a new state of mind. It is what's so-called the single issue alliance, meaning by single issue alliance is I do not get my nation, we do not get our region sucked into wars. I might agree with you in 10 points, but disagree in 8 or vice versa. So we take every point into verticals and we discuss. And most important is how do we build on this relation? How do we maintain our relations? How do we seek to a better future? I'd always say our past is not better than our present, but I'm sure our future should be better than our present. So this is what we are doing. We have seen great leadership here with His Excellency, the President Vladimir Putin, where he showed a stable, long-lasting, enduring vision. Where does he want to take his country and move forward? We do the same. We always say that. We plan for the next generations.
Thank you, Sheikh Nasser. Vice President, South Africa is as well one of these unique historical experiences in Africa and on the world stage. You said something very interesting about St. Petersburg Forum being one of the very, very few places where shaping the conversation around geopolitics and geoeconomics is happening through dialogue. That's a very solid conclusion in today's world. I'd like you to elaborate more. What did you mean by that? And why? What makes this one of the few and unique places for such dialogue?
Thank you very much for that question. I want to start by saying I think we should thank President Putin for this great leadership, ensuring that particularly countries of the global south should have platforms to be able to collaborate, share ideas, come up with new innovative plans. as I said earlier, that in South Africa we've taken a position that we should not continue to go to others for handouts. We should not be queuing for aid, but we should focus on development. And that countries of the Global South can do it. We can see it. We are developing. We are getting stronger. And I think we should keep it that way. So that's why I was saying that the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum is a great platform. And thank you to President Putin for this leadership. We are with you.
Let me bring the conversation from values to closer to the conflict areas in the world. President Putin, Israel said that the statements are normalizing the fact that a country might kill the president of another country. That's basically the conclusion of last week's statements. Yes, Ayatollah Khamenei is not head of state, but he has enough gravitas to be considered as head of state and to be protected by the articles of international law. But when we normalize the idea, no matter where you stand on Iran, when we normalize the idea of a country killing the president of another country publicly, and what kind of new rules are being set, they are obviously contradictory to the kind of values you're trying to put forward, isn't that?
Вы знаете, я стараюсь, здесь коллеги выступали, и я стараюсь некоторые вещи помечать для себя, для того, чтобы кое о чем потом вспомнить. В том числе отметил и то, что вы сейчас только что говорили, уважаемые коллеги. Вот вы сказали вот о чем. Когда дискутировали с моим коллегой из Китайской Народной Республики, вы сказали так, я записал. Российская Федерация и Китай формируют новый миропорядок. Россия и Китай не формируют новый миропорядок. Мы его только оформляем. Новый миропорядок возникает естественным образом. Это все равно, что восход солнца. От этого никуда не деться. А мы его оформляем и, может быть, расчищаем дорогу для этого процесса с тем, чтобы он был более сбалансированным и отвечал интересам подавляющего большинства стран. Мы очень рассчитываем на то, что все страны вот это будут осознавать и, в конце концов, поймут, что, как я уже сказал, что вот такой способ найти решение, он лучше, чем способ давления. И на самом деле и тот неоколониальный по сути своему миропорядок, в котором жило человечество на протяжении многих столетий, если не тысячелетий.
Would you allow, Mr. President, to go back to the question about normalizing the talk about, a country killing the president of another country, in the case of Iran and Khamenei and Israel within this conflict? I mean, it seems that those who are making the new values are not the global South, not obviously not Russia, not China. It's the Israelis. Are you comfortable with that?
Ну, мне бы очень хотелось, чтобы вот такие вещи, о которых вы сказали, оставались на уровне риторики, но я бы попросил вас уточнить все-таки вопрос, что вы имеете в виду по поводу Израиля.
I mean, the new values now is that one country is setting the rules for another country that who has or doesn't have enrichment, for example. One country is threatening to kill the president or the head of that country. Are these values defendable in any way?
Я здесь не вижу никакой новизны, во-первых. Так, здесь ничего нового нет. Первое. А второе. Российская Федерация всегда, я хочу это подчеркнуть, выступала за обеспечение безопасности каждой страны без ущерба для безопасности другой. Вот это наш принципиальный подход. Это ответ такой в целом, казалось бы, в общем виде, но нет. Я вас уверяю, это практическая политика Российской Федерации.
Allow me for a very direct question about the situation. Donald Trump is seeking what he calls the total surrender of Iran in terms of the nuclear project. Would Vladimir Putin seek the total surrender of Volodymyr Zelensky in the same vein?
Во-первых, эта ситуация не такая же, а принципиально другая. А во-вторых, мы не добиваемся капитуляции со стороны Украины. Мы настаиваем на признании реалий, которые сложились на земле.
Sheikh Nasser, I'll go back to you. You see, this conversation unveils the level of tensions on the global theater. I will go back to the question about how GCC countries keep moving from one success to another, and Bahrain is one of these successful countries, despite all of these turbulences, despite all of these flashpoints in your close vicinity and globally. How do you do that? And what lessons can be drawn from that by others?
Let me start by saying, Alhamdulillah, for a wise leadership we have in our region. We always say the clever tries to solve the problem, but the wise who avoids it. So us in the GCC, and especially in your second home in Bahrain, I love that President Putin loved that quote, and you can use it, Mr. President, no copyrights on that. Us in our country, we talk numbers, we talk facts, we project our plans. As what we saw today from President of Indonesia, this is a man who is expediting his KPIs by far. He thinks that he will reach in 4 years' time that goal, but he reached in 1 year time. We are sprinting in our region. And if you go back today, especially during that turbulent and eventful nights, look at the numbers of our real estates, look at the numbers of our stock markets. There is a lot of confidence from the people, from the investors, with our leaderships over there. Today in that beautiful city, I sat with the top chairmen and CEOs of your top companies in Russia, and we exchanged the same vision, we exchanged the same purpose and the same spirit during these conflicts. We are only looking forward. We are only looking to de-escalate. We are only looking for a peaceful world. We are only looking for a better future. And Mr. President, we in the GCC, and especially in the Kingdom of Bahrain, we live in a constant sunrise like you, but here you are literally in St. Petersburg. Every day there is a sunrise ahead of us. I still haven't seen nighttime.
Mr. Vice President, as I mentioned earlier, South Korea has a very unique position in history in terms of how it evolved, in terms of how it fixed its wrongs and mistakes and fixed its history. One of the things that came to my mind when I was preparing for this is the experience of de Klerk, the last president of the apartheid regime. The thing is that he made himself part of the change, and that saved South Africa a lot of blood and destruction and chaos. What lesson can be drawn from this history when a regime or a state or an idea hits a wall? How can you advise these states or these regimes to change the same way South Africa changed?
Well, de Klerk is not a good example because he was defeated. He was forced to come to the table by the masses of our people. He didn't come voluntarily. What we are saying that leaders must recognize that we can resolve our differences through peaceful means, but there are those who need to be dragged to there. And I think the example of de Klerk is quite that. He was dragged to the negotiating table by the masses of our people. And we were quite happy once he came. He had no option. He had to participate. He did try to portray himself like he's Nelson Mandela. He's not. He was dragged there by Nelson Mandela to say, we are going to negotiate peace. And we want to continue to share this example with other countries. We are quite involved now in the African continent, engaging in peaceful negotiations in the South Sudan, in the DRC, and other places. So, yes, there is indeed value in negotiating, in discussions, but there are situations where the masses have to stand up and they have to fight for their rights. And that's what we did in South Africa.
Mr. President, you were shaking your head when we were exchanging this question. What are your thoughts on, bringing adversaries to the table? Does it require, is defeat a prerequisite for dialogue, or we can, bypass this phase and go to dialogue? And there are so many crises in the world that cannot afford a victorious
Well, I have to say here that Nelson Mandela is one of my greatest icons, my greatest hero. I think it's an inspiration. He was put in prison for many years. He was sentenced to death, threatened to be sentenced to death, accused of many things. And his famous statement was that he was willing to give his life for the principle of freedom. But the greatness of Nelson Mandela, when he got out of prison, he worked for reconciliation with his former enemies. So this is the greatness of Nelson Mandela, and this I try also to carry out in my domestic politics. I reconciled with many of my former opponents. For instance, we had a very long rebellion, separatist rebellion in Aceh, very long. I think more than nearly 30 years. But can you imagine that the former commander of the Aceh Liberation Army, fighting against us for 25 years more, now he joined my party. He's in my political party. And he's now governor of Aceh. and I'm President of Indonesia. This shows that former enemies can come together. And I think this is the lesson of Nelson Mandela. I want to say I was a former soldier. And as a former soldier, I really know the value of peace and reconciliation. As a former soldier, I always try, now, even before, I always try to negotiate. Negotiate. Better to talk than to kill each other. This is my position. Always talk, always negotiate.
President Putin, on a more practical question concerning the crisis in the Middle East. Now, we will talk about Ukraine in a while. But the current crisis, it touches on geopolitics, energy, and it has repercussions that go beyond the parties involved in the struggle. Is it a test for how the South can play a role in, mending the fences between both countries, in putting some good imagination around the solution, architecting a solution that can be acceptable by two parties that are fighting, head to head? Is this a test for what you are proposing and trying to create as political weight for the South?
Да, думаю, что это вполне возможно, и практика такова, что и реальная жизнь такова, что многие страны региона имеют в чем-то сложные, а в чем-то стабильные отношения с обеими сторонами, и с Израилем, и с Ираном, и это дает основания полагать, думать и надеяться на то, что глобальный юг в целом и страны региона в частности могут оказать влияние на этот процесс к тому, чтобы острая фаза конфликта закончилась. Когда я говорил о том, что наша принципиальная позиция России заключается в том, чтобы безопасность одних стран не обеспечилась за счет безопасности других, вот здесь я сейчас не буду вдаваться в детали. Мы все понимаем, о чем идет речь. Обогащение, с одной стороны, урана и Ираном, его право на это, его право на мирный атом, на атомную энергетику, а с другой стороны, то, на чем настаивает Израиль, обеспечение его безопасности. Здесь точно можно найти приемлемые решения, на мой взгляд, как для одной, так и для другой стороны. И страны и глобального юга, и тем более страны региона, безусловно, могут в положительном смысле повлиять на этот процесс, на поиск этого решения. На мой взгляд, такое решение существует.
Actually, today, the Russian ambassador at the UN said that the only way forward is a political solution for the nuclear file between Iran and the Israelis. Is there any preliminary points about this solution, or we're still too far from that?
Всегда в таких случаях лучше не забегать вперед, чтобы не навредить этому процессу, но на мой взгляд, такие точки возможного соприкосновения есть. Мы свою позицию излагаем как одной, так и другой стороне. Как вы знаете, мы в контакте и с Израилем, и с нашими иранскими друзьями. У нас есть некоторые предложения с нашим участием. Мы ни в коем случае, хочу даже обратить на это внимание, мы не стремимся к посредничеству, мы просто предлагаем идеи. И если они будут оказаться привлекательными для обеих сторон, мы будем этому только рады. Но, повторяю, мы с Израилем в контакте. Как вы знаете, не так давно разговаривал с премьер-министром господином Нетаньяху, и с президентом Ирана, и с президентом Соединенных Штатов, которые, безусловно, напрямую вовлечены во все эти процессы, представил им свое видение, возможное движение вперед в направлении разрешения ситуации. Ну, посмотрим. Сейчас и наши предложения тоже обсуждаются, у нас контакты с нашими иранскими друзьями, они практически в ежедневном режиме происходят, так что посмотрим. Мне бы очень хотелось, чтобы это, в том числе и наши идеи, были реализованы.
Sheikh Nasser, during the king's visit to Moscow, he explicitly talked about the role of Russia in maintaining peace in the Middle East. It was an initiative His Majesty put forward during the Arab Summit in Bahrain, in Manama. And he was very particular about the role of Russia in achieving that peace as a pivotal role. What role do you think Russia can play now in the current crisis?
Yes, you were right. During our previous visit and after the Arab Summit that was conducted in the Kingdom of Bahrain, we have called out for World Peace Forum to end and to reach to a solution with every conflict. His Majesty is a leader of peace. He drives his country towards peace and ending conflicts, and so as President Putin. As you have heard from the President just now, that he continues talking, no mediation. I believe that mediation will always confuse the situation, but any suggestion, any words of wisdom these days are mostly needed. Avoiding de-escalation, I think, is the key words of today.
Thank you, Sheikh Nasser. I'll go back to President Putin about Ukraine. How is the war in Ukraine reflective of the values that St. Petersburg Forum is trying to put forward, to defend, to underscore?
Очень просто. И напрямую связано с тем, о чем мы говорили, с тем, о чем я говорил. Я говорил о том, что безопасность одной страны не может быть обеспечена за счет безопасности другой. Вот нам с конца 90-х годов, с начала 90-х годов и на протяжении десятилетий говорили о том, что ни в коем случае, никогда, ни при каких обстоятельствах не будет расширения НАТО на восток. После этого мы имели 5 волн расширения, можно сказать, уже 6. И несмотря на все наши призывы этого не делать, все наши призывы были игнорированы, первое. И это, безусловно, рудименты старой, если не сказать древней, неоколониальной политики, ну, в известной степени модернизованной под современные реалии, но тем не менее. Это действия с позиции силы, пренебрегающие интересами Российской Федерации, это в целом глобально. Что касается Украины, то это тоже действие с позиции силы, все, что там происходило. А что я имею в виду? Это государственный, кровавый, антиконституционный переворот на Украине. Это что такое? Это тоже действие с позиции силы. И прежняя администрация США прямо сказала о том, что она истратила на этот переворот миллиарды долларов, без стеснения, публично об этом сказали. И наши действия направлены были на то, чтобы защитить часть населения, которая считала себя кровно, духовно связанными с Россией, с российской культурой и ее народом, имея в виду людей, проживающих в Крыму, а потом наши попытки урегулировать ситуацию на юго-востоке Украины, в Донецке, в Луганске. Мы предприняли эти попытки. Однако, опять же, действуя с позиции силы, наши, в данном случае, идеологические противники, можно сказать, попытались решить этот вопрос опять вооруженным путем, развернув боевые действия в Донецке, в Луганске, на Донбассе. Это же не мы развернули боевые действия. А после того, как госпереворот осуществили, а часть населения Украины на юго-востоке страны не признала результатов этого переворота и не признала власть заговорщиков и лиц, которые совершили этот госпереворот, против них развернули боевые действия. Мы пытались договориться мирным путем, склеить ситуацию, но наши партнеры, так их назовем в кавычках теперь уже, выяснилось позднее, что они затеяли весь этот мирный переговор только для одного, для того, чтобы накачать Украину оружием и продолжить эти боевые действия. В конце концов, это вынудило нас признать независимость этих республик Луганска и Донецка. Мы же 8 лет не признавали, 8 лет, а пытались договориться. Но нас вынудили признать их независимость, а потом начать оказывать им поддержку, в том числе и вооруженную поддержку, для того, чтобы положить конец войне, развязанной нашими противниками на Западе и теми, на кого они опирались и опираются сейчас на Украине, это крайними националистами и неонацистами. Вот поэтому все, что связано с тем, что происходит, с трагедией, которая происходит на Украине, это не результат нашей работы, это результат работы тех, кто не хочет мириться с глобальными изменениями, происходящими в мире.
Mr. President, I'm in no position to challenge the narrative you put forward. Let's say this is the baseline of what the reality is. Let's assume this is a reality. Your army is advancing beyond the 4 areas that are considered Russian by Moscow. So what's your end game? How deep is your army going to go, and for what effect?
Вы сказали по поводу областей на Украине, которые мы считаем своими. Да, я уже много раз говорил, что считаю русский и украинский народ одним народом на самом деле. В этом смысле вся Украина наша. Но мы исходим из реалий, которые складываются. Безусловно, есть люди, их немало в соседней стране, которые стремятся к обеспечению своего суверенитета, независимости, ну и дай бог здоровья. И мы, кстати говоря, никогда не подвергали сомнению права украинского народа на независимость и суверенитет. Вместе с тем, основания, на которых Украина стала независимой и суверенной, были изложены в декларации о независимости Украины от 1991 года, где ясно черным по белому написано, что Украина – это внеблоковое, неядерное, нейтральное государство. Неплохо бы вернуться к этим основополагающим ценностям, на которых Украина получила свою независимость и суверенитет. Это первое. Второе. Мы с самого начала, когда конфликт уже приобрел такой острый, горячий характер, предложили тогдашнему украинскому руководству прекратить немедленно всякие конфликты, вывести свои войска с тех территорий, люди на которых не хотят жить в составе Украины, на которой происходят антигосударственные, антиконституционные перевороты, а хотят жить или самостоятельно, или в составе российского государства. Они отказались. Дальше, это не политические решения, а логика боевых действий. Потому что военные люди смотрят, где лучше, где овраги, горы, где реки, где лучше войскам идти для того, чтобы достигать конечного результата с наименьшими потерями. Происходит определенная логика боевых действий. И войска оказываются на разных территориях. Но, знаете, у нас есть такая старинная, это не поговорка, не притча, а старинное правило. Там, где ступает нога русского солдата, то наша. –
1
Но понимаете, я не хочу, знаете, чтобы это выглядело так вот милитаристски, но на самом деле мы предлагали на каждом этапе происходящих событий. Вот я хочу это подчеркнуть, чтобы вы понимали, то, что я скажу, абсолютная истинная правда. Мы предлагали на каждом этапе, значит, тем, с кем мы в контакте были на Украине, остановиться. И говорили, давайте сейчас лучше договариваться. Потому что вот эта логика развития чисто военных действий может приводить к тому, что ваша ситуация будет усугубляться. И тогда нам придется вести с вами переговоры с худших для вас позиций. Так было несколько раз. Я сейчас не буду вдаваться в подробности. Свидетелями этого и наших предложений остановиться являются действующие политические деятели из других стран, которые, слава богу, живы и здоровы. Но когда мы что-то предлагали, они из Москвы уезжали в Киев, а потом нам говорят, что вот мы агенты Кремля, мы, значит, все, умываем руки, больше ввязываться в это не будем. То есть каждый раз мы слышали нет, нет, нет. А мы говорим, ну давайте, сейчас хуже будет. Нет. А почему? А потому что вот те, кто руководствуются старыми неоколониальными принципами, в том числе и прежде всего это в Европе, они думали, что сейчас они легко поживятся за счет России, сейчас они раздавят, разрушат, уничтожат и, значит, получат какие-то дивиденды с этого. Именно поэтому, уверен, бывший премьер-министр господин Джонсон, и тоже не сомневаюсь, с подачи бывшей администрации США, с подачи господина Байдена, приехал на Украину и предложил им не договариваться с Россией, а договоренность была уже на столе. В ходе стамбульских переговоров, я уже говорил, мы достигли практически консенсуса почти по всем вопросам. Осталось только точку поставить. Я готов был тогда уже встречаться с действующим главой режима и поставить точку. Нет, надо было приехать к господину Джонсону, точно уверен абсолютно, при поддержке действовавшей тогда администрации Байдена, и отговорить Украину подписывать достигнутые соглашения и попробовать добиться стратегического поражения России на поле боя. Вот они. Добились до того, что и новые территории отказались под нашим контролем. Российская армия наступает по всем направлениям, на все линии боевого соприкосновения каждый день. Вот смотрите, что они здесь. Взяли, забрались к нам в Курскую область. Так, значит, во-первых, потеряли там 76 тысяч человек. Ну, это катастрофа для них, понимаете? 76 тысяч. Да? В конечном итоге, как мы и говорили, мы их оттуда выбили, но они создали угрозу нам, начали создавать по всей линии государственной границы с Украиной, в двух других соседних областях. К чему это привело? У них и так не хватает личного состава. А мы теперь вынуждены создавать зону безопасности вдоль границ на очень многих участках. И они отвлекают туда свои вооруженные силы, которых и так не хватает на принципиальных участках вооруженной борьбы. Я уже говорил, 47% комплектованности боевых подразделений. 47 всего. Они, в общем-то, теряют боеготовность. Так? Они своими руками создали еще линию боевого соприкосновения почти на 2000 километров. Там 2000 у нас было по ЛБ, линии боевого соприкосновения. И вдоль границы еще угрозы нам начали создавать. И еще 1000 с лишним, по-моему, 1600, что ли, километров. Растащили все свои вооруженные силы. Большей глупости с военной точки зрения трудно себе представить. Сами создают проблемы себе, понимаете? Но мы вынуждены на это как-то реагировать. Вот вы сказали, там есть какие-то другие территории. Да, есть. Ну вот по линии госграницы. Они забрались там в Курскую область. Значит, натворили там целую массу преступлений. Причем преступления против гражданского населения. Ну, значит, мы их оттуда вывели с огромными для них потерями, а теперь вынуждены создавать зоны безопасности вдоль линии границы, потому что они постоянно атакуют оттуда и с помощью артиллерии, с помощью беспилотных летательных аппаратов. Что это такое?
How deep? How deep is the security zone?
Ну, в Сумской области глубина составляет где-то 10 до 12 километров, где-то там 8, 10, 12 километров. Дальше город Сумы, областной центр. Ну, у нас нет такой задачи забрать Сумы, но в принципе я этого не исключаю. Но я к чему? Я к чему это? Но почему? Почему мы это делаем? Потому что они для нас угрозу создают, постоянно обстреливают приграничные территории. Ну вот, пожалуйста. Это результат их, в принципе, абсолютно я думаю, безграмотных, просто ничем не обоснованных действий. Смысл и цель была только в одном. Цель политического характера. Показать, что что-то могут, что-то еще получить от своих спонсоров из-за границы. Ну и так уже получили почти 250 миллиардов долларов. Нет, мало. Еще хотят. И половину разворовывают еще к тому же, значит, если не больше. Вот поэтому мы оказались сейчас вот на этих территориях. Это логика того, как складывается противостояние. И из чего оно складывается.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would later go back to some aspects of your answer, mainly about the nuclear aspect of what's happening. But I'd like to go back to the other participants. Indonesia, Bahrain, and South Africa are three countries actively deepening relationship with Russia. From what I understood, this conflict, unfortunately, and I hope I'm wrong, might go for long. How are you planning to mitigate the fallout of this conflict in terms of secondary sanctions, in terms of political reputation in the world, in terms of pressure coming from your other allies? This is a very, very complicated situation. You don't want to be in any way, but that's reality. I will start with you, Mr. President.
I really don't understand actually your question. What secondary sanctions?
I'll make it simple.
Yeah, for Indonesia, we are very clear that we have always been on the line. In the Ukrainian situation, I think 2 years ago, we proposed immediate ceasefire in place. And I think at that time, the reaction from the Russian side was quite open, was quite positive, in fact. But the reaction from the Western governments, I have to be fair, not all Western governments, but many Western media virulently attacked my proposal. They said that I was proposing the peace of the cemetery. That was what many of these Western journalists accused me of. So we will always propose a peaceful solution. And at that time, I reminded everybody that even in Korea now, North Korea and South Korea, there's a demilitarized zone supervised by the United Nations. The war in Korea is officially not yet over, but there's a peaceful condition. So that was what we proposed, like to save the people of Ukraine on all sides, people of the Russian-speaking areas, just to save them, a secession in place. That was we are far from the place, but we want to promote a peaceful solution. So I don't understand who's going to give sanctions to us.
Sheikh Nasser, same question about the secondary sanctions on the friends of Russia. Let's agree that this is part of the reality of international dynamics, and people take care of that. I mean, pay attention to that. How are you navigating this in terms of sanctions, in terms of reputation as well?
Well, you mentioned it, the friends of Russia, but also the Kingdom of Bahrain being the friend to the world, the link and the bridge between conflicts. We have always opened our arms as I would never say that we are neutral. Neutral means siding with one side on another. I say that we are peacekeepers, we are peace seekers, we are opening our arms Bahrain is a platform for peace talks. So what we try to achieve all the time by the guidance of His Majesty is we will always welcome, and you remember, Mr. President, we have actually offered that Bahrain is always ready for whenever there will be peace talks in your conflict, then we are more than happy to host it. So if we can achieve that, then definitely we are benefiting something that we secure the world's interest. Because at the end of the day, with these conflicts and what's happening from left, right, and center, I don't see any benefit out of it. I don't see one side loser and one side is the winner. No one is going to get out of this victorious if we keep looking at event-driven prospect of that whole image. But what we look is, how can we end up with a solution that is foresight in the future, that builds our economy, that secures our generations, and how will we look and how will our world look in the next generation? So these are difficult questions to answer today, because this is all in the future. But all what I know is today. If I go by every sunrise again, knowing what is happening today and what I see around me today in the world, people are readjusting, people are reshuffling, and people are expecting that hopefully with the leadership and with the wise leadership of Mr. Putin, that something beneficial is going to happen. So I am an optimistic person. I look at these opportunities for my nation and for the better to everyone. So if we seek together, how can we bring these issues into solutions, then we are on the right path. If we are not thinking this way, then we are definitely not thinking of a solution. So at the end of the day, let's not get deep into these issues, but let's think forward and let's readjust our posture of today, and then this will shape our future together forward. So this is our navigating track, I think.
Excellent. Mr. Vice President, the same question for you.
Well, we are already facing tariffs as we speak. So if we're going to face secondary sanctions, it's something that we have to deal with. I did say earlier that the road to multipolarity is not going to be easy. All the things we want to do to ensure equality in the world not being dictated upon, those things are not going to come easy. But it's always important that in time of difficulty, friends must stay together so that we face the challenges together. And I want to recall here the famous words of our former President Nelson Mandela in time of difficulties, when others tried to say, why do you go to this country and this country? And he said, we are not going to be dictated upon who our friends should be. We choose our friends. We work with our friends even in times of difficulty. So the countries of the Global South must work together. We are already working together. We will face this challenge together. And I'm sure we'll succeed.
Mr. Putin, your satisfaction with the answers cannot be hidden in any way. Any comments?
Вы знаете, я, во-первых, не сомневался, что так и будет. И не потому, что кто-то хочет кому-то навредить. Или кто-то хочет, значит, кому-то сказать что-то хорошее. Дело ведь совершенно не в этом. Мы опять возвращаемся к началу нашей дискуссии, когда я сказал о том, что изменение в мире происходит естественным путем, как восход солнца, понимаете? И с этим все связано. Вот вы же что сказали? Вот Россия и Китай формируют новый мир. Мы ничего не ломаем, понимаете? В этом вся проблема. Мы же никому не создаем сложности. Вот зампремьера Госсовета сказал, наша дружба, наши отношения не направлены против кого бы то ни было. Это правда, это так и есть. Мы просто оформляем то, что в мире происходит естественным путем. Это все равно будет происходить. И значит, сгибаться под давлением тех, кто хочет сохранить прежние правила, это значит оставаться где-то сзади. А преодолевать все сложности, все, в том числе и тарифные войны, в том числе и санкции и так далее. Преодолевать это значит идти вперед. Мы дружим с теми, сотрудничаем с теми, кто хочет идти вперед. И готов к этому, принимает
new. We are not causing any difficulties to anyone. And our colleague from China was just saying that friendship between Russia and China is not against anyone, any other country. And that's the truth. We are simply giving shape to the things that evolve naturally in the world, and they are going to evolve anyway. But bending your knees under the pressure of someone who is trying to preserve the outdated rules means staying behind and overcoming all the challenges, any kind of challenges, be that tariff wars or sanctions. Overcoming those challenges means moving ahead. And we are friends, we are partners with those countries who are willing to move ahead. And those who are ready for it, those who are ready to accept this challenge.
In a previous answer about Ukraine, you mentioned the nuclear aspect of Ukraine in a very subtle way. To be honest, I've read some reports, most of them are in Russian media, that there is an assumption that Ukraine might opt for using a dirty bomb against Russia. Do you take these reports seriously? Do you have intelligence that support this kind of probability?
Well, first of all, that would be a colossal mistake from the side of those who we call neo-Nazis operating on the territory of modern-day Ukraine. And potentially that could be their last mistake, because the nuclear doctrine of the Russian Federation, both the common sense and the practice of our actions, always shows that we always respond and react to any threats that are posed to us in the spirit of reciprocity. We always react, always in the spirit of reciprocity. So our response would be extremely harsh and most probably catastrophic in nature, both to the neo-Nazi regime and, unfortunately, to Ukraine itself. I genuinely hope that it will never happen.
From the tone of your answer, I can conclude that you take these reports seriously. Is there evidence supporting these reports, like intelligence, evidence?
No. Thank God we do not have any evidence of such intentions, but we proceed from an idea that in some crazy imagination of some crazy person, that kind of ideas may emerge. And I guess I have provided an exhaustive answer regarding our potential response in this case.
You absolutely did. We were talking about friendship a while ago, and the friends of Russia in this panel. I will start from South Africa, and then Bahrain, and then Indonesia, and if China would love to comment on that, the floor is open. Are you surprised that a friend of Iran, of Russia, Iran, is under attack, and Russia did not step up to help that ally? This is at least one of the narratives in the media. Where is Russia in this conflict? As friends, are you surprised?
Well, President Putin has already indicated that he has been in discussions with Israel, also in discussion with Iran on these matters, offered solutions. We think that's the correct way to do it. So we're not surprised. In fact, we support that approach that he is taking. South Africa, as you know, one of the non-aligned countries, we always advocate for peaceful solutions of this conflict. Our president has already issued a statement in that regard, that, you know, there should be negotiations. And that's really the route that we are going to pursue.
Sheikh Nasser.
Well, let me make it simple to you. I like making things nice and simple. To prove friendship, if I can make a Russian laugh right now, then I'm a good friend of Russia. I hear one over there that laughed, so that's more than enough.
Mr. President, before I go back to you, Mr. Putin, on that question, please.
Okay. My position is this, is the logical position that each country is responsible and will defend its own national interest. So, being friends is being friends, trying to cooperate, trying to help each other. But being friends does not mean that every country must...
And it harms sustainable development of humankind. Obviously, it's reassuring that China and Russia developed their cooperation in science and technology very quickly. The pace is very high, and we can confidently state that our two countries give perhaps one of the best examples of such cooperation. In terms of education, in all areas, including student exchanges, teaching of languages, this cooperation booms. And this is where this cooperation has reached a very high level. More than 800 universities in our countries establish 15 associations of universities specializing in specific areas. As to science, we set up a joint fundamental research institute. We set up high-level scientific labs. They cooperate within the framework of mega science projects, and we expand access to scientific equipment. And now we've had some impressive outcomes. And again, the whole world continues to evolve, continues to develop. And even without great powers, we would have been able to develop successfully. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Our practice during recent years has demonstrated that wherever you hit the hardest, this is where you would develop faster. The Americans are trying to block the development of our science and technology. And this is not something that emerged yesterday or the day before yesterday. This is something that they've been doing for decades. However, all their attempts only make us stronger in the areas that are trying to hit. Today's restrictions only create good incentives for our development going forward. In May of 2025, President Xi and President Putin had a very useful and effective meeting. They charted out some new plans for future cooperation in science and technology. And I think that implementation of those initiatives would only help to further strengthen and expand our collaboration, and would expand the scope of this collaboration in such areas as AI, low-carbon technologies, biotechnologies, new materials, aviation, and space. And obviously, we will have some very tangible outcomes in those areas. We improve our cooperation mechanisms. Our two governments take all the efforts to further expand and strengthen cooperation in those areas. Thank you.
Mr. Putin, I listened very carefully to your speech, and you mentioned investments, but it wasn't that clear about foreign direct investments. Where does Russia stand on that? Where do you stand on that? Do you still care about foreign direct investments? You see that as an opportunity, as a burden? I mean, help us understand where Russia stands in this regard.
We absolutely believe that private investment is exactly what we need. And I guess without private investment, Russian economy would hardly be able to successfully develop. And that is fully applicable to foreign direct investment as well. And there was a whole number of investors who've been doing business here in Russia for a very long while. Well, we never forced them to leave. We were not pushing them away. We were not evacuating them. Many of them decided to leave on their own with major losses. But our attitude in this regard remains unchanged. Yes, investment potential of our economic operators is fairly large, but undoubtedly, we very much welcome any kind of foreign direct investment. I would say major capital investment of the first quarter of this year amounts to 8.7%. And I know what was happening on the platform of this forum during those days. I know there was a whole number of discussions during various sessions where well-known problems were discussed, certain tension caused by the high policy rate, and risks that those investments level will not stay until the end of the year. But nonetheless, the Central Bank of Russia proceeds from an idea that lending to the real sector of the economy would stay at the level of 10 to 11%. We'll see what will be the outcome. I very much would like those numbers to stay on this level, but foreign direct investment is something that we undoubtedly very much welcome. It's not that we just welcome it, but we are also going to create every possible term to make this environment favorable and comfortable for our partners. Here in the room, we have our friend from the Kingdom of Bahrain. And if we are to look at what Russian Foreign Direct Investment Fund is doing, they already have an agreement to make some early steps in this direction. They're not too big, just 15 billion rubles. Those are the first projects of the kind. But we are also working very closely with the United Arab Emirates. That's work done by RDIF and the sovereign wealth funds of Saudi Arabia, of United Arab Emirates. Our partners and our friends have taken this decision a while ago, several years ago actually. They choose to trust their Russian partners, and automatically, and I'd like to emphasize that, they automatically co-invest into those projects that Russian Direct Investment Fund chooses to invest. They automatically invest 10%. They co-invest with us. This is a token of great trust, and we value it very much. And then they keep raising their share of investment. Well, feel free to talk to Mr. Dmitriev, who would be able to name the exact numbers, but we're talking about many billions of US dollars. Obviously, there are other sources of investment and tools for investment available. There are virtually no limitations to the particular areas where the investor may choose to put their capital in. And this is one of the key areas that I believe we should focus on in cooperation.
Having said that, there are two trends that I realized talking to Russian businessmen, either here or back in my country, UAE. There is kind of rejection of buyback. You know, when the war happened, there was some foreign investments that were bought by Russians, and now these might want to buy back their investments. Russia seems to be blocking that because new Russian entrepreneurs bought and invested these operations. The second trend that I realized is that people are a little bit worried about nationalization. There are some nationalization efforts taking place within Russia. I read about one of the airports being bought back or even taken by force of court from the Russian owners. So how do you see these two trends impacting the rebound of the Russian economy?
Well, as for nationalization, well, obviously nationalization cannot possibly have a positive impact on the growth of the Russian economy. We are fully aware of it. The case that you refer to, I guess you're talking about Domodedovo Airport in Moscow. Well, I'm sorry, but all the fuss around this particular airport has been going on for a while. It's not that this dispute emerged yesterday. No, it has been in place for quite a long while. It's been in place for many years, and the final outcome of that was this very court decision that you referred to. But it has nothing to do with nationalization. It was a court decision. Nationalization process is described by law, and we do not apply this law. We do not apply those norms, and I've been saying it repeatedly at my meetings with the business community. All I'm saying is that in the course of privatization, there was a whole number of mistakes and unfair steps made. We know cases when something that would cost millions would be privatized for 1 ruble. But in terms of social justice, that was by far not the best type of privatization. But an even worse decision would be to try and take it back now. So my view is that we do need to elaborate the right regulatory framework regarding limitation periods for events like that and close this issue once and for all, once and for good. That is why the comments you've made, the 2 trends you referred to, well, first of all, there is nothing like deprivatization or nationalization happening. As for the potential buyback options to be used by our partners, well, there are some aspects that we need to pay attention to. Number 1, we need to understand how exactly those partners were leaving Russia. What were the terms? If some of those companies or investors were leaving due to political reasoning under the political pressure of the elites of their countries, that means that those partners are not really reliable. They put the companies, the teams of those companies in a very difficult situation. They could have lost their jobs, but it didn't happen because Russian companies have taken over. They would fill in the niches made vacant. And in this regard, frankly speaking, decisions of the kind have actually contributed to a better quality of the Russian economy, a certain restructuring of the Russian economy, because Russian entrepreneurs were becoming owners of those companies that choose to left. However, if there are legally binding documents that are agreed on by the partners, and if those legal documents do foresee the buyback option, well, then there is no other way but Russian companies have to comply with those requirements. We want to make sure that relationships are reliable and stable. That has not always been the case, which is why I've given an instruction to the Russian government. They're going to act on that, and I request the members of the Russian parliament to support those suggestions once they are elaborated and presented for hearing. But I do believe we need to make a comprehensive decision regarding comeback of those Western companies who are willing to come back to the Russian market. We have to support all the initiatives that favor us.
Mr. President, how your country is, let's say, taking advantage of the current economic situation in Russia, people left, businesses are left back. There are opportunities in the market now for a country like Indonesia. How are you leveraging the situation?
As I mentioned that I have had good relations with Russian business entities, business groups, but mostly, I have to be very frank, they were interested and they are interested in coming into Indonesia. And because I think we have a lot of sectors that are still very, let us say, at the ground level, a lot of way to grow. And so basically it's mostly Russian groups that want to come to Indonesia. But before, our groups have joint ventures with Russian groups in commodities trading, oil and gas. So, and now we open our markets for Russian agriculture products. So, I think it's not that we're going to take advantage, but we are going to look for all opportunities. Yeah. Because we have also been given a very heavy dose of tariffs from, everybody knows, right, from the American market. Yeah? So we are forced now to look for new markets, Africa, Latin America, Eurasia. We are just concluded. We are in the process of concluding a free trade agreement with the Eurasian Union. So European Union, of course. So it's a matter of, for us, it's a matter of diversity. But yes, we are confident. We have our strengths, we have our ability, and our relations also with China is very good and very strong. So it's not that we are optimistic, to say the least. Thank you.
Mr. Vice President, there are many aspects for the economic relationship between South Africa and Russia, but one of the main aspects is the energy deficit in South Africa, and you've been trying to mitigate this problem or solve this problem by cooperating more with Russia in the realm of energy. So far, this hasn't been fruitful as much as you would want to, or as much as Russia is capable of helping. How do you assess this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Firstly, let me say that I've already had good meetings, both with the Prime Minister and the President, and we've agreed that we need to increase trade between our two countries. Currently, trade between South Africa and Russia is it's estimated at about 1.3 billion US dollars. We think it's quite low, so we want to triple that number in the next 4 or 5 years. So we've looked at various sectors. We've looked at the energy sector. Russia is having a lot of good technologies in that space. We're looking at solar, gas, nuclear, and already our ministers are talking about the details. We've also talked about critical minerals, particularly to support our local beneficiation efforts. We also looked at agriculture. We are exporting citrus fruits to Russia. We are exporting wines. But we need to increase the volumes. We have what we call South Africa-Russia Business Council. They are also making deals on what to import from Russia. One of the business people was telling me yesterday he has just signed a deal to import Russian vodka to South Africa and obviously to the African continent. So the work has started. We all agree that we need to do more. We need to increase trade between our two countries. All what we have to do as well is to also cut the red tape. You know, some of the business people were talking about the bottlenecks, things that make it difficult for them to be able to trade with their partners in South Africa. The issue of the financial situation, the currency, which our Reserve Bank is looking at, so that we make it easy for business people to do business. So it is our commitment, and we've agreed on all these areas. And as we speak, the ministers are already working on the details, including issues like water as well. They are also dealing with that, infrastructure, issues of railways, locomotives, signaling. Really, a lot of work is now happening. We're going to see trade increasing between South Africa and Russia. We have started. Thank you.
A colleague of mine from South Africa said that imports of Russian vodka are about to happen to South Africa. Well, you know what? It's a most important and proper step. Why? If you have some vodka, you've got to chase it down with something. And obviously, meat supplies will follow. Or grain imports would follow. I mean, together with our friends from Bahrain, we plan to establish a hub to support imports of wheat from Russia. And let me remind you that Russia is #1 in terms of wheat exports. And a lot of countries of the Arab world are very keen to have our wheat. So step by step, this is where we're going to proceed. As to energy, yes, of course, we have a lot of opportunities here, including nuclear energy. And in this connection, let me remind you that Rosatom is undisputable world leader in nuclear energy development. And I think they build 22 units across the world. This is the highest number that far outpaces all our competition, be it the US, Japan, or any other country. And we consider this opportunity. We are considering joint work in our partner countries, including in South Africa. So, yeah, there are a lot of good and promising areas for us to tap. Well, I'm not talking about hydrocarbons, of course. This goes without saying.
There is no doubt that more vodka will help the world to put the mood in a better condition. Mr. President,
at any rate, it's going to be more fun to live, right?
I will go back to the tensions in the Middle East, not from a geopolitical perspective, but from an oil-related aspect, which is the supply shocks expected in the market due to the Iran-Israeli war taking place. Can Russia step in, or pure capacity is constrained by sanctions and limitations?
I think I did mention, what do you mean, do something or deal something?
Step in, I mean, to mitigate the supply shock in the market due to the events in the Middle East. Can Russia do something about that if this happens?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. It's not about us. It's not just about us. We strictly follow all our agreements reached with our friends and partners under the OPEC Plus framework. And those countries limit production and supply of energy sources to their markets. But now, based on our agreement, the production is growing very slowly, and I stress it, slowly and steadily, in order not to upset the global market. The idea is to ensure a balance between demand and supply and fair prices that will be comfortable for both the producers and importing countries. We do see that the current situation in the Middle East related to the conflict between Iran and Israel has resulted in some price hikes, but our experts believe that this hike is not very significant. It's like, what, $75 per barrel? It used to be 65, like $10 differential. And this is where the price stuck. Many countries, including the Gulf countries, can increase supply and production significantly. But again, as a rule, we do this in a concerted manner, and this is how it will happen, I hope. And the UAE and the Saudi Arabia is very particular about this. And again, our decisions are well balanced. Altogether, we'll look at how situation would unfold. As of now, there doesn't seem to be any need for any immediate response or action.
The latest sanctions on Russia aimed at the so-called shadow fleet, how this will impact the supply to Asia and other places in Africa, how it will impact Russia, how it will impact your friends as well.
You know, our ill-wishers keep trying to find ways to harm us economically, but they suffer themselves. You know, you mentioned energy sources. Our experts, and not only our experts, but Eurostat as well, came up with the following numbers. The losses that the Eurozone sustained due to rejection to buy our natural gas, the losses were to the tune of 200 billion euros. 200 billion euros. And we see that the prices are rising across the board. Now, as for the shadow fleet, our Chinese friend came up with a very good definition. Wherever and whenever somebody's trying to hit us, so this is where we get stronger. Why? Well, because we always find a response. We always find a solution. We talked about tariffs. We mentioned tariff policy. Trade between U.S. and China accounts for 20% of global trade. And under the current conditions, when debt is rising in the global economy and debt is, has reached the level of 300%, and obviously this affects everybody. And any attempt to hurt us, including through the attempts to hit our so-called shadow fleet, well, these attempts would trigger problems across the board, and primarily for those who are trying to make our lives miserable. Well, because this ultimately would affect global prices and would impact the countries that are trying to impose such restrictions, because they are key consumers, and we will find markets for us.
It's a very interesting tone in this answer. Let me ask you directly. This is my last question before I give 1 minute for each esteemed participant to finish or to say some final thoughts. There are enough reports out there, credible reports, that this war is killing the Russian economy. Your inflation rate is very high. Your interest rate is very, very high. Your growth, by the best optimistic scenarios, will not exceed 1.5% this year. Is this war killing your economy?
Well, debt is not rising. Our debt is among the lowest in the world. as to the economic growth, as one author once said, the rumors about my death are greatly exaggerated. The key indicator is GDP growth. In 2023, the growth rate was 4.1%. Last year, it was 4.3%. And the global growth, if my memory serves me right, is 3.3%, which means that we grew faster than the world average. The U.S. had 2.8% of growth, the Eurozone 0.9%. So clearly, Russia is demonstrating good progress and is demonstrating good pace. If we discount hydrocarbons, the growth would be even higher. It would be 7.2 last year. I'm sorry, 2023, and 4.9 last year. But this is not the most important thing. It's nice, but it is not the most important thing. What matters is that the composition of the Russian economy is changing. This is key. And 43+% in the GDP is in non-oil and gas sectors and not defense sector. The majority of our growth is ensured by the industrial sector that is not related directly with the defense sector. One thing that we're very happy about is as follows. We keep talking about import substitution, and indeed we've allocated significant financial resources to substitute the items that are no longer available in our market due to sanctions and due to withdrawal of some Western companies. And now we're witnessing a very positive kind of development. We see more and more products and items that are based on our own solutions, that use our own platforms, that are related to the development of science and the high-tech sector. Now, the share of such products keeps expanding, and this means that the composition of our economy is changing. This is one of our key objectives, one of our key tasks. The industry is growing at a faster pace than the GDP, national GDP. And last year, I think the growth was around 7%, 7.2% for industry. In Q1 of 2025, it's 1.6 to 1.9, and this growth continues. And this is happening against a backdrop of very low unemployment. It's at historic low. It's 2.3%. Indeed, the price for such tremendous growth of economy, and the growth is very high, the price is inflation, in fact. But the central bank and the government taking necessary measures and efforts, including with respect to the policy rate, and obviously you witnessed the discussions unfolding in the government and between the government and the central bank. Indeed, there are no simple solutions here, but overall, we have been able to address this issue too. But inflation is in single digits. It's like 9.6, right? Madame Nabiolina would nod, right? It's around 9.6%. Some claim that the baseline inflation is already 5%. Well, I've been loaded with numbers over the past 2 days trying to explain to me where those 5% came from. But anyway, the Bank of Russia believes that by the end of the year, we're going to have like 7 to 8%. I think it's going to be 7%. This is what I hope for. And this means that the measures taken by the financial authorities of Russia yield positive outcomes. Indeed, there are issues. There are many issues that we need to address. And the head of Sberbank is smiling, is nodding. Well, why not smiling? I mean, his margin is 5.7%. whereas major Western financial institutions would have a margin of 3.7%. This is pretty good performance. Yes, in the banking sector, we also have some things to focus on, but overall, our situation is stable, reliable, and I count that it will persist this way.
That was my final question. I will keep like 1 minute round for each participant. If there is anything I failed to ask or something that you have in mind to go, Mr. Vice Premier, go ahead.
I'd just like to thank President Putin and the organizers of this forum for this great opportunity. I think we've learned a lot from each other. Thank you very much.
I would join my voice to you, Mr. President, and I would like to thank His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Putin, the President of Russia, for inviting us here to beautiful St. Petersburg, to listening to your wisdom and to listening and to share our thoughts with you all. So thank you very much.
I also want to thank President Putin for this invitation for us to participate at this important forum. It is my first time in this beautiful city of St. Petersburg, and we've learned a lot from the other leaders, and we consider Russia and President Putin as our friend and ally, and we are looking forward to continue working with President Putin and the people of Russia. So I'm looking forward to coming back to St. Petersburg. Mr. President, I haven't had time to see this beautiful city. Maybe tomorrow I might have some time to go around, but I'm looking forward to coming back next year. Spasiba.
This is the second panel I had the privilege and the honor to have with you in less than 1 year. I can't be more privileged. Thank you so much. You've always tolerated my questions, and really a testament to your belief in open dialogue. Thank you so much, esteemed guests. Thank you, and everyone, thank you so much.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, allow me to express the words of gratitude to our moderator. And very genuinely, I would like to express my gratitude to all of my colleagues who have participated in this panel session. I am sure that it was exciting to follow for the audience here in the room and far beyond. I'm very sure that many of the words expressed today will be quoted by international media outlets all around the world. Thank you so much for having candid and open conversation. And many thanks to all of the participants of the panel session who have been able to stand in line with the degree of heat and tension that we experienced. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for being so open and truthful.